Well, there we go. I need to keep working here, so let's see. Oh, poltergeists. Hold on, just a second here. Alright, so I've been scrambling together, putting the Astrodoodle on paper. Got a couple donations already. Thank you, Necessary Truth. Thank you, Mr. Ross. Goodness. There have been some very strange things going on lately over here. I don't know about you guys, but what do they call it when things get moved around in the spirit realm? I know there's poltergeists and things. There's another word for it. I don't know if you can remember it. We'll come to the charts in a minute. I just need to share a story. Okay. Let's have a look over here. Where are we? Oh, yeah. There we are. Greetings. Oh, this little black blob here, that's Bubba. Bubba and his head. He wants to be where the action is, of course. Oh, let's have a look. So, I see you're chatting amongst yourselves already. Oh, like the laws of manifestation and all of that. You are what you think, having become what you thought. And then ask and ye shall receive. Things like that. I don't know if you've ever read the books from Esther and Jerry Hicks. I think they've both passed away by now. But they were really big pioneers of the, laws of attraction and bringing it to the masses. And they used to go in their huge motorhome and travel all over the country, giving these seminars. And he was very organized, and she was like the psychic medium, and she would get communications from her spirit guides. And it's beautiful stuff. And it was all cataloged. But yeah, I think you guys there, you're talking about the mighty power of I am, the mighty powers of the laws of attraction, and the laws of manifestation, the laws of the universe. All of that stuff that constitutes life, or the puzzle of life. Because so many of us get puzzled, like, why didn't this work out, or why didn't that work out? It doesn't seem just or fair. I worked really hard, I'm very deserving, but something's out of whack. It's tricky. So, I'm not an expert, but I've done enough studying to, try to do the best I can to help myself. Anyway, I was just mentioning something. As you know, I'm over here in Las Vegas now, and every now and again, weird stuff happens. And I was making some notes during the week for chores and things. I like to make my lists and everything. And in this case, I had 2 lists bound up together. And I went away from my desk for a few minutes to do something. And I came back to pick up my lists, and there was only one part of the pair of lists. And I thought, that's really, really strange. I didn't do anything. I haven't gone anywhere. And then I write out exactly what I already had on the previous list, and then I took those with me to the hardware store and things, and I did my chores. And later in the day, when I came back to my desk, the piece of paper was exactly where I thought I had left it. Yep. Also, I'm reminded of something years ago, even before I started the channel, where I had a strong connection with a really, let's say, psychically, spiritually very powerful lady who was helping me to do a lot of advanced, I guess you call it energy healing at the time. Things got a little weird towards the end because her connection with me became so strong that I could actually feel her presence around me. And it's as though she was testing herself and her skills as a psychic medium or as a high sensory perception being, because she was already used to remote healing and so on, and extreme yoga healing and so on. But anyway, it was just another one of those things. And I felt that she was with me in the kitchen one day. And I had some napkins piled up, the windows were closed, there were no fans or ventilators on or anything. And then I had this very strong, vivid image of her kind of piggybacking on me. I know this is going to sound very strange. And then she reached down and fluffed the napkins. And lo and behold, this little pile of napkins kind of went. There you go. I have all sorts of little weird stories like that. It's interesting, like the veil between where we are here in three-dimensional life that we call life, and the other side of the veil that is like this big mystery to us. It's really very thin. It's so thin you can't really even perceive it. People who are high sensory perception beings, Necessary Truth is had many examples here on the channel and so on. All of us are to some degree. It's just a question of like, where are you tuned with your psychic frequency? Sometimes it's actually a nuisance. It's better not to go there, Sometimes there are people who are extremely hyper psychic and aware, but it's not intentional, and they actually feel more like they are insane or going insane. So, yeah, I just wanted to share that. It was a very, very strange experience. Also, something very interesting happened. I think, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. I was hanging out, and I was watching a video that was recommended to me by Path Traveler. And it was about the global financial system, because as some of you know, I'm very interested in global finances and banking and things like that, trying to understand what it is and how to help people and so on. Anyway, this video felt very affirmative to me because it made me feel like, wow, I'm not insane. Everything that I'm feeling, everything that I wrote about in my book, it's all happening right now. All the really bad, scary stuff is happening. Also, the miraculous stuff is happening. And it's all happening simultaneously. And the way this was portrayed in the video, it's from a channel called 3T something something something. And this fellow who made the video is a retired banking attorney from deep inside the banking system. And he got sick of it all. And so he decided to go take an alternative life. And he's sort of like this yoga spiritual thing, but he's also very into finance. And he doesn't know where he got it, but somebody forwarded it to him, and it was a letter. It was a letter from the American Banking Association, the ABA. It was the president of the ABA writing to the secretary of the United States Federal Reserve banking system. Okay, and you could see that it was a legitimate letter and everything. And so I was kind of, shocked in a way. Excuse me, I just need to, excuse me. Give me a second here. I just want to get more comfortable. And he explained that he got it from a friend of his who is still deeply involved at the very highest levels of the banking world. And so these two guys are sharing stuff. And the retired banker decided, you know what, this is too big, this is too serious not to share it. It's more or less a private communication, but it is now leaked. Hello, Path Traveler. I'm telling them the story about that video you just sent, regarding 3T something or other, and the letter from the Secretary of the American Banking Association, specifically Wells Fargo and all of that, and a letter to the United States Federal Reserve banking system. And it was just a sort of chatty letter, but it was very serious. And the main drift of the letter is that back and forth conversation. Shall we all agree that instead of having a slow rollout of the new global financial system, which involves what they call digital ledger technology, in other words, blockchain, sort of like cryptos. Are we going to do this in a slow rollout like we were planning to do in 2018 onwards? Or are we going to do what we would prefer, which is to nail it down to one specific day and give everybody plenty of heads up and time to do their homework, and then we're going to flip the switch? Are you guys in agreement? And the letters went back and forth. Essentially, yes, we are in agreement. We, the United States Federal Reserve Banking System, are in agreement with you, the American Bankers Association, that we need to set this onto a single day switch. In other words, it is one day. They're going to switch the whole banking system from the legacy system that we have today into a new system. The society won't notice any difference. There won't be any apparent change to the public because it's all hush hush. Because it has to be hush hush. Because the point with the new system is that it's much more radically fast and efficient, but it makes certain parts of the banking industry traditionally left behind and obsolete. So they had to kind of come to a compromise. So that they decided, like, well, the way we have to do this is we, the Federal Reserve and the ABA bankers, blah, 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 we have to come together and plan this out so that when we actually do flip the switch, everybody's tested out, everybody's on board, and then once we go live, and there's no going back. And what will happen is the general public will never know. They'll get their fees for this, fees for that, fees for that. But the profit margins are going to be significantly higher for the banks, even though they've had to eliminate a lot of unnecessary middle people. It's going to be very interesting. And the date, the specific time, is November 2023. And I couldn't help myself. I went and studied some charts for around that time. I don't remember seeing an exact day in November 2023, but I thought I'll just play around anyway. So 2023 in November, you know, there's another bunch of astrodoodles, but it's an interesting combination of a very strong harmonious connection to the status quo. All that big, heavy, oppressive Capricorn energy that's representing the status quo, in comparison to the radical new energy that's coming about with the new digital money, okay? Anyway, it's very interesting because the way I look at charts, I can see that the new advances in digital technology, digital banking, are very favorable at that time. At the same time, it's favorable for the status quo. Now, I don't know if these ABA people and the feds are actually hiring premium high-end astrologers to chart out particular times and days that are fortuitous, but it looks to me like somebody has earmarked a pretty good day to make this thing happen. In other words, the best possible day to have something happen where there's unprecedented shifts and changes in the global banking system. It'll be the first time in human existence something like this, and there will be no going back. So I just thought I'd put that out there, and I wanted to thank Path Traveler. Yeah, you can thank Path Traveler for that. Cheers and welcome, everybody. I've been sitting here very passively, very quietly, kind of in a very dreamy, self-contained, very private life for many months now. All I'm doing, as you know, are these little Sunday night evening shows. That's about all I can handle right now. The rest of my life is consumed with other things. It may not look like much to other people, but it's a very big deal to me. And I do a lot of what I would just call daydreaming, active, conscious, deliberate daydreaming, you could also say it's me basically tuning into the great beyond, because that's kind of how I am, how I'm built, and that's kind of where I get my drive, my sense of meaning and purpose, my sense of career. It's a very, very strange job definition, but that's what it is, okay? So I just thought I'd mention that. So we've got almost 2 years to prepare. So I am preparing. I'm doing a lot of homework to prepare myself, because it is going to be a parallel world. We're going to have two financial systems happening across the world simultaneously. There will be what appears to be the legacy system as we know it today. In other words, banks, central banks, federal government, they're all in this big collusion to maintain absolute power and control over we the people across the world. And a lot of people across planet Earth are starting to realize, wow, we got played, man. We got played for the last 150 years. This is not cool. But not enough people really understand that enough to do anything about it. So the legacy system, the big pyramid thing, the people at the very top, they're just going to continue to do what they do, but in a new manner. Meanwhile, that's very, very toxic for people like me, because I don't want a part of it anymore now that I've realized and learned and studied and worked hard to discover a parallel world where I have financial sovereignty. I am my own bank. I am my own banker. And it's still very early days, but I'm making really good relationships and connections with people who know about this stuff and who are already very successful and wealthy. And they're eager to share their wisdom and experience, because it has to happen. There are people here across the world who are sick of the big scam game, and we want to have a chance to build wealth as opposed to being farmed for money. Anyway, that's my rant. Let's go over here. Thanks for listening. Necessary Truths pointed out, oh yeah, my God, we've got a full moon here. Yep, that's right. Again, these are very fleeting things. It's actually a few more hours from now, maybe until tonight or tomorrow. But yeah, the Cancer moon is opposing, the Cancer sun over here. Oops. Let me put a little bit more red highlights in there. But really, it's kind of all one thing. When you have a really tight cluster of planets like this with Venus, Pluto, and the Sun very tight together, it's just kind of one thing. But on this chart here, because I screwed up, I'm going to amplify that a little bit. So that's a lot of oppositions here. So oppositions in my world indicate relationship dynamics where all of us are put on notice to observe ourselves in the context of relationship and allow other people to observe themselves in the context of relationship, where the phenomenon of the mirror becomes very, very important. So right now, for tonight, for example, the Capricorn and Cancer axis is a big part of my life. So this is a very significant full moon for me personally. It affects everyone, but for me, it's quite personal. And so what I'm doing is I'm taking a very close look at my relationships and seeing them in a very different light, in a new light, understanding more about myself through the incredible gift of reflection that comes from friends and family and relationships. And in turn, I am offering myself as a mirror to other significant people in my life and world, offering them the gift of reflection, okay? So, thank you very much, Path Traveler. January 27th and mid-month February for New York Stock Exchange and the banks. February is going to be a big month. Well, actually, okay, so some of you know already. Just let me finish this little thing here. Give me a second. So some of you know already that Mercury here just flipped retrograde. Mercury is now in, where are we? Capricorn over here. Wait a minute, there's something screwed up. Give me a second. I want to make sure I got my information right here. Yeah, there it is. No, we're fine. So, right now, okay, look. Let's do this better here. Here's Mercury, okay? Mercury is quite close to Saturn. It's in the Earth's 11th house, Aquarius, okay? The energy of community, hopes, dreams, and wishes, the ideas of the non-self, and why we're all here as a species. How are we going to make the best of it? What's the problems we're being dealt with? So Saturn is heavily testing us right now across the global community. So what you've probably noticed is that there's this massive disparity between community and communism. It's most obviously played out between, we've done this many times, between the Cold War that is happening right now between the United States and China. And it's affecting the rest of planet Earth, because pretty much every country on planet Earth is directly or indirectly integrated with the economies of the United States and China, especially the United States because of money, the United States Federal Reserve and the central banking system, and our global trade, and also with China because of being the slave camp of the world and the global sweatshop and factory of the world. A lot of places have given up manufacturing and outsourced it all to China. So anyway, there is a massive Cold War going on between the United States and China right now. And the Aquarius theme is very, very important in this regard. Number one, the United States has the South Node in Aquarius. Number two, China, if you look at one of their astrology charts, China is kind of, the way I look at it, they're born with Aquarius rising and Leo on the 7th house. So when you put Saturn, I mean, China's already been heavily tested for the last year and a half. They've got another year to go. Saturn is the great teacher, the great test, the great pressure, the great oppressor, where Saturn really is just trying to teach us lessons, but if we don't learn the lessons or if we misbehave, there is a tremendous cost to pay, and it usually is very painful for a long time to come. So the point about Saturn is to learn through challenge and testing. Now, Mercury is here in Aquarius too, and Mercury is the planet of commerce and day-to-day transactions and so on, and that is now retrograde. So things are going to be very shaky in the global financial system, especially when you put it in a massive hard square with Uranus in Taurus over here, which basically represents the global financial system, which is coming into full opposition, as we discussed, with the nodal axis. The new nodal axis is moving from Gemini to Taurus, and that's going to give us at least a year of the South Node in Scorpio, North Node in Taurus, where the whole world, the whole of planet Earth is now on notice that all the attention is going to be focused on the global banking system. And that's going to affect everybody on Earth, down to the poorest people in Bangladesh and Indonesia and parts of Africa and Central South America and the Middle East, all the way up to the wealthiest multi-billionaire techies over here and here and here. We're all going to be affected over the next year, year and a half in such a way that you cannot avoid dealing with local and personal finances, but also global finances. So do you want to be a victim? I know I don't. Anyway, these things are happening simultaneously. My personal experience here is that in a very, very quiet, private, passive way, I am learning about how the status quo is, I would say, causing tremendous instability to the home life of the United States. Okay? The United States has a very strong Cancerian element, in case you're not aware. Anyway, all these things are being triggered right now. So, the status quo is doing everything it can to increase the pressure to maintain absolute control and power over the world's banking and financial system. And it's purely for their benefit and the handful of mega global corporations and tech corporations that are all in collusion together to make this one big, massive, totalitarian monster system of the beast to benefit them at the expense of we the people. Enough people in the United States are starting to wake up and say, wait a minute, there's something really out of whack here. I'm even starting to see it in supermarkets where people are wandering around going, what the hell just happened? I was helping Love Triber the other day, and she saw some people robbing the store right there in front of her. Totally brazen. The stores are not prosecuting or chasing criminals anymore because of the political environment where the criminals are being given permission to steal and rob anything up to $1,000. So that's going on, and it's becoming very brazen. It's very, very bad for the community. Very bad. So, okay, here, let me get to this thing I wanted to mention. So right now, at this moment in time, we've got this full moon. So whatever you're feeling right now in terms of your personal feelings, wherever this lies in your chart, and wherever this lies in your chart, where there's a tremendous amount of pressure to maintain and observe and behave according to the status quo's command and control, which can be actually very, very dangerous and very unhealthy. Where is this affecting you in your life, in your world? Is it in your relationships? Is it in banking? Is it in health? Is it in your jobs? Is it in your career? Whatever it is. I do private consultations if anyone's interested. Now, have a look at this. This is pretty freakish. Okay, here we are. This is January. This is my ephemeris. This is just mathematical data. The same stuff they use at NASA for charting their space missions, because all of these are the placements of the planets in the heavens, and they all have gravitational pull, and so the mathematicians and the scientists and the space techies use this information to figure out how are we going to blast this rocket and get it to loop around the moon and zoom over Jupiter and take pictures of Saturn and then dive into the sun and then disappear. They use this, okay? Now we here in astrology, we use it differently. Right now here, for example, we have, where are we? January 2022. Today is the 16th, right? Okay. Venus is still retrograde over here. Mercury is just flipped retrograde over here. And Uranus is still retrograde here. Okay? So we're dealing with a bunch of retrogrades. That's like hurry up and wait kind of energy, where everything is forced over and over again to recalibrate, recycle, test, and retest before things become fully active and operational. That's happening a lot in the financial and global banking system and the alternative financial system. But watch what happens in February. Look at that. By the end of the first week in February, all the planets are direct. Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Even Ceres, Pallas, Juno, Vesta, and Chiron. All direct. And they are direct for the whole month of February. Now watch this. It's the same thing for March. Now watch this. It's the same thing for April, except on the last couple of days when Pluto goes retrograde. So, we have a couple of weeks. So we're going to have a new moon roughly on, let me see here now, I'm just getting the dates. Full moon, this new one's going to be over, where is it? 1, 2, okay, the new moon is going to be on the first day of February. Okay, so that's 2 weeks. So we got 2 weeks. So we got 2 weeks from here to here. This is the full moon. It's just happening right here, just as Mercury flips retrograde. We got Uranus and Venus still retrograde. But when we hit February the 1st, that's 2 weeks from now, okay? And we will have done 2 more shows by then. Mercury is eventually going to flip direct. So what tends to happen with a situation like this, because it really doesn't happen very often, when all the planets are direct. Okay, so this is retrograde. Sorry, I keep forgetting to mark these retrogrades, but they're very important. So right now there's a lot of churning going on. Churning and assessing and reassessing, calibrating and recalibrating. Everyone's trying to figure out what the heck are we going to do with this whole new world order that is obviously unfolding now. You just have to understand that more and more people across planet Earth are starting to wake up that there is something profoundly bizarre and kind of terrifying about what's happening in global economics and global politics. This has never ever happened before in human history, and the global elite are taking full advantage of the so-called crisis of the big bad bug. They're using that to their advantage to basically scare the people, we the people, into compliance so that they can do what they want to do without us being caught aware. In other words, they're creating the whole theme of the bug is to create a massive, evil, terrifying distraction that justifies the extreme and abusive behavior of the elites. Okay, so in the meantime, more and more people are starting to realize there's something really wacky going on. I know I've been feeling it for years, and I wrote my book about it, but it's becoming even more bizarre and more extreme and more obvious now. And it's very evident in the global banking systems and the alternative financial world called digital money, cryptos, all of that stuff, okay? So, what tends to happen in the next, okay, we've just reached the full moon right now, so you might be looking around you at your life, your world, your family, your people, and realizing, like, in a very kind of stark realization, like, wow, so this is how my life really is now. This is it. This is how it is. It's not that, it's not that. We've all been dealing from mass psychosis delusion, and we are being imposed with mass delusion, betrayal, deception, and lies, and it's still going on, and there are people still very active in trying to fight the lies and the treachery and the betrayal and the tyranny. But it's very, very, very hard for we the people to fight the elites, because they have so much power, so much money, so much control. What can we do? Anyway, some people have very, very extreme ideas on what to do and how to do it. All the way up to a military coup and all of that. Anyway, so, dealing with all these retrogrades, I don't have last year's charts with me, but, 1, 2, 3 retrogrades, that's pretty heavy duty, especially when you build in Uranus and so on, but Mercury, and then flipping to what amounts to 3 full months of planetary energy direct going forward. That's got the same energy field as, we've talked about this before. Okay, hold on, let me do this personally. for those of you who drive or drive a lot or have had experience driving, especially in small towns and huge cities, and you compare the different energies. Like, I lived in Los Angeles for 20 years, and so I got used to the traffic. I know what it's like, you know. And I happen to love cars, even though I don't have a car, but I do love cars. I'd love to have a nice car one day. Anyway, what I'm talking about with these next 3 months, I don't know if I'll ever mention it again, but in 2 weeks from now, it's worth talking about this right now, because we can get prepared. Because in 2 weeks from now, everybody on planet Earth, whether they like it or know it or not, is going to feel a surge of like life energy moving forward. It's the same energy that you would get as if you're driving on a highway and there's congestion, there's traffic coming in from the feed rails and the exit ramps, and people are screwing up, there's accidents everywhere, you get lost and detoured, you have to double back on yourself just to get from A to B, you go through C and D and E and so on and so on. But when you get to all major planets moving direct, it's like getting on a 7-lane highway, like in Los Angeles. You got 7 lanes going forward, and all of them are moving. And there's no obstructions. Everybody's just in and out, ducking in and out of their lanes. Got to go here, got to go there. Smooth exit on the off-ramp, smooth exit entrance on the smooth exit on the off-ramps, smooth entries on the on-ramps, and so on. And it's like a big surge. It just moves, and you feel like you're being swept along with the masses. And that's actually what is happening. And it can be quite disorienting if you're not prepared for it. It can be very, very frightening. I don't know if you've ever been swept up in traffic when everybody's driving at 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, and you're not used to it. It can be really scary. Like, oh, what the hell? I need to get off at the next exit. Some people get off on it. It's just like, oh yeah, now I can like really cruise, man. I'm going to go from A to B. And then from B to C, and C to D, and E to F. Whoa! One of the, let's say, side effects of all planets direct is that we tend to leave a trail. You know, it's like a trail of smoke, a trail of dust, because very few people bother to stop and double check or remedy any errors that they might be making, because we all want to live life and go with the flow, and so most of us do. But in so doing, it's very, very easy to leave a karmic trail of debris. Okay? So I'm just saying, be very, very careful. It can feel exciting and fun and liberating to have every planet direct. It happens every few years where you get a little period of a few days, weeks, or months, and it happens. But 3 months in a row, that is staggering, okay? 3 months in a row, all planets direct. So this is a really good time to get your act together. Get all your finances organized. Start to look at a very long-term horizon for who are you, where are you now, where do you want to be in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 2 years from now, 10 years from now. Really start taking that stuff seriously and start planting seeds, because they will surge, okay? Looking on a shorter term, the next 2 weeks are very, very important for planting seeds and getting yourself oriented and organized, so that when this surge of all direct planets begins, you will already be nicely aligned and ready to go, and you won't be caught off guard. You won't be frightened by the surge of energy. You may or may not feel it. It depends how sensitive you are, psychically, spiritually, emotionally. I know I feel it very strongly, but so I thought I'd share it, because I'm conscious of it, but a lot of people are not conscious of it, in which case you can get swept along and you can end up being a piece of collateral damage for someone else's over enthusiastic energy field. I don't want to be a victim. I don't want to be a piece of roadkill. I'm sure none of you do either. So all I'm suggesting is prepare yourself now. It's almost like put your seatbelt on, test everything, make sure everything is working. Make sure everything you've got, anything that's not working, fix it now. We've got the Mercury retrograde. This is the time to fix anything. Double check your paperwork, your finances, your banking, your communications, your relationships, all of that stuff. Take it really seriously, because once we hit early February, there's no stopping, okay? Just wanted you to know. There we go, Pat. Then a big up traffic jam crash at the end of April. Very good point. So it might be some people would speculate, financial astrologers might speculate, and they might say, like, you know what, when we get into April, just imagine a massive SHIT when, what's it called? SHTF. Shit hits the fan. Okay? Shit hits the fan. Alright, so, yeah, SHTF. So, very, very good point, Path Traveler. So it's just like the highway analogy. You're zooming along the highway, you start to take everything for granted. You think life is going to be one permanent surge, and all the planets are always direct all the time, and it's not true. And then when those retrogrades start to kick back in, that's when you can get the collateral damage and the crashes and the roadkills and so on. Thank you, Path, for sharing that. Oh, man. Yeah, Path has another point. The next 3 months might be an exciting bull run for the stock market or the cryptocurrencies or something. Who knows? But we are living in interesting times. It's very important to watch. Sarah has been bugging her husband to do some paperwork. Get on it now. Necessary Truth is saying, sell in May and go away. All right, let's have a look here. All right, what do we got? Okay, so who are we? So hello Sarah. Hello Necessary. Hello Path. Larry Edward. Met a friend at a bus stop. Okay. Time to go. People, Path Traveler. Queen of Water, greetings. Melbourne, Australia. My God, you guys are in trouble down there. I mean, it's really bad here in America. I'm not feeling it too much. I think Las Vegas, I'm over here in Las Vegas. Okay, I'm over here in Las Vegas. But there are other places like in Alaska and parts around here, especially smaller towns in the Midwest and, well, smaller towns anywhere, where they're really starting to see the scary reality of what's happening to the American economy. Thanks, Joe. All right. And now I know Ivona is here. I want to say hello to Ivona. Hello, Sarah. And who did I miss? Have I missed anybody? I don't know. Of course, Gregory, greetings. Hello. And I think I said hello to Ivona. Karen is here. Greetings. So we have representation from New Zealand and Australia. That's very nice. Okay. All right, let's move on. Okay, so over here, I've got to get ready. Looks like this might be a very short show tonight. We only got 2 readings booked. I can handle 1 or 2 more readings. I'm still in a very kind of mushy, soft, tender condition, but I know I can handle. I got 1, 2. I can handle maybe 1 or 2 more. So if anyone's interested, yeah, let me do that. Let me do my little spiel blurb, marketing thing here. So I will say that because I saw some. Oh, who was that? Larry Edward. Hello, met a friend at a bus stop. Okay, well, I don't know what that means. That might be cryptic language, spy language for something. I don't really know, but hello and welcome. Larry, if you've never been here before, you've never done this before, this is the Tarot Illumination Sunday Night Live tarot readings by donation. And what happens with donations is, I'll just explain it. Some people put donations directly to my email, which is here. Okay, let me see if I can show you. And this is just my handwriting. It says a little book about at yahoo.com. Like if you've got your own PayPal and you want to send me $10 or something, you can send it right there. Okay? ECAT, hello, Florida, right? There's another way you can donate, and that is directly through tarotlumination.com. If you've got another device, you can, or another tab on your browser or something, you can go to tarotlumination.com and click the donate page, click the donate button, and that comes up with a payment processor. The other thing you can do is the super chat. Now, the super chat is wonderful. It's an amazing tool. The thing is that Google, YouTube takes a huge chunk percentage. But yeah, Super Chat, Larry, if you've never done any of this before, Super Chat is a button right below where you type. There's some buttons. There's a smiley face, a little graph, and then there's the dollar. And that dollar, you press that dollar, it opens up a payment processor, and you can just swipe a debit card, credit card, okay? Typically, people put in $10, and then you get a little live mini reading. Yay! Now, most of you folks who are here are regulars, and I really appreciate that. All your support over the years helps me to keep alive, keep going. What was that necessary? Met a friend on the bus. What? What's going on there, Larry? Hello, I met a friend at a bus stop. Okay. And then necessary, truth is jumping in saying, Larry, don't get on the bus. God. Okay, well, you guys sort it out amongst yourselves. I don't know what to advise. I'm not even an advisor, so why would I mention that? All right, so here we are. Good evening and welcome. It's Tarot Illumination Sunday Night Live. It is the 16th of January, 2022. It is the best of times. It is the worst of times. There are a lot of people suffering right now. I've seen it in the grocery stores. I've seen it just on the streets. I couldn't take it in Los Angeles anymore. It's so bad. On the other hand, there are people who are having splendiferous lives right now, like unimaginable success and growth and abundance. Interesting how it all works. Actually, you know what? I don't really feel like even talking about the bug. You know? It's such a big yawn. Again, here I am. I'm talking about it. I said I wouldn't want to talk about it. But to me, it's a big, big yawn. I'm just going to share my views so that you know where I stand. You know, in theory, I should be neutral. But frankly, I think the whole thing is a massive, orchestrated scamdemic. And it's all designed to cripple and shake out the weak and pave the way using fear and terrorism and death and destruction and pain and suffering to impose a tyrannical new system of global totalitarianism organized by, guess who? Well, you probably know some of the big names, but a lot of the organizations involved are totalitarian by nature anyway. And they're all coalescing as a massive cluster of totalitarians who basically all want the same thing. So they're sharing their agenda. And then, of course, there's China, which is basically like the blueprint for everyone else's totalitarian agenda. But the thing is, the Chinese don't want any part of these folks, and these folks don't want any part of China. It's just that China today is the shining, dazzling example of totalitarian tyranny. And if you're not aware, it's very frightening to be a Chinese citizen for a lot of Chinese, because they have absolutely no say, no control in their lives. They have no privacy, nothing. Some of the highest paid factory workers in China work at Foxconn, which is the subcontracted operations for Apple computers. And the highest paid factory workers make about $160 a month. Medium and low level factory workers, they're on about $80 a month. And then there's about 400 million people that live off much less than that. So whatever appears to be dazzling and wonderful about China, it's mostly PR and presentation, because they're suffering. There's a lot of pain and suffering and poverty in China, but the way the media portrays it, China is this dazzling, shining city on the hill, and everyone wants to copy. No, I don't want to go there anyway. ECAT has chimed in now, and ECAT is saying, Larry, don't miss your stop. Necessary is saying, don't get on the bus. Oh, God. It's probably better if I don't get on. Larry, are you still there? Are you chatting with your friend? Are you here? Do you want a reading? I'll give you a reading. Put something in the donation box and you'll get a mini reading. Okay? All right. What was that other crazy, scary stuff I heard? Well, actually, I've been hearing a lot of crazy, scary stuff, because I like to dig and search around, kind of like the way Path Traveler does and Love Triber. They love really, really digging into the dirt like a dog with a bone, like a dog digging a hole. So to find out what's really happening on planet Earth. And it's like if you smell something's fishy and phony, most likely it is. But you need to find the evidence. So that's when you start digging. And I happen to know that Path Traveler and Love Triber are experts at digging out the dirt. Sometimes it's really smelly, like when it comes out. All right, let's get over here. Uh-oh. I can hear one of the cats. Boo Boo, are you okay? Anyway. Some strange sounds. Cheers, everyone. All right. I'm going to put all this stuff aside. We're going to get on with it. If some more visitors show up and they want readings, we can do that. Okay, we'll just put this over here, put this one over here, and let's start with necessary. So, I'm going to refer, like I usually do, I'm going to refer back to the Astro Doodle, but right now, let's just get on with the basics. Let me find the deck here. Okay. No, I think it was Boo Boo. Thank you, ECAT. Thank you very much. I tell you what, I have to ask for a little bit of forgiveness here, folks. I just want to kind of clear the air for myself here. Maybe this is my little Mercury retrograde message as we walk into the retrograde. Like a lot of people, my life has been very turbulent over the last couple of years. It started, guess what, in January 2020. Let me remind you. Okay. As some of you know, there's my little book. That's my little book about wealth, money, and finance. Global Restructuring, January 2020. That's when everything started to happen. Astrologically, that is the moment that the bomb dropped. I didn't really have much idea what the bomb would be. It turns out the bomb was a biological weapon. And the first ripple of the shock wave started to spread across planet Earth. And I felt it, like with brute force on March 3rd, 2020. And since that day, March 3rd, 2020, my life was just like this amazing roller coaster of pain, shock, chaos, mayhem. Everyone has their own version of the story, okay? So, for myself, getting through that, I actually was leaning on the channel quite a lot. Because I soak up a lot of empathy and compassion from you guys, and you guys make donations, so it's like a mutually beneficial relationship. But there are some periods where I get completely overwhelmed. That's kind of why I had to stop doing the show and the channel the way I used to do it a couple of years ago, because I was just completely draining myself and asking for more pain and suffering. So I operate on a very, very limited, let's say, circumstances now. And that's how I get through. And one of the things I've noticed, I've only just figured this out, is that, as usual, like I say, everything is exactly as it should be. And why is this so? It can't be any other way. So for me personally, what's happened is that I've realized everything is exactly the way it should be. I'm in a very, very safe place right now. I am getting more sleep and better sleep than I've had in like 25 or 30 years. And I am so deeply grateful. I used to feel deeply guilty and ashamed of sleeping more than 5 or 6 hours because I always felt I had so much to do. And so I would just wake up and get on with it and do stuff. But what I'm really realizing now is I have a lot of, many years of stress that needs healing. And so I am getting it here. And so when I get my natural compulsion to just get up and do something, gotta live, gotta survive, gotta carve out a life, a career, whatever, nowadays it's just forget about it, And instead, I am enjoying deep, deep, deep soul healing, okay? And it's affecting me physiologically. I'm still physiologically if this is a fully operational human being, that's 100%, I'm operating at about here. I was operating about here, and there were times where I was close to death over here. Every now and again, I feel great. But I've learned how to live within a range where I don't overdo things, that I don't underdo things. And part of it leaves me very, very sad because I've had to essentially write off massive chunks of my life and instead look at life from a very new perspective. And I'm very, very blessed to have some very loving companions and friends and a loved one who cares as much about me as I care about her. And we have a mutual private support system. And we share a lot because we share that, and we share a lot between us. And what we're both realizing is that we have what on earthly terms would be regarded as some of the worst possible astrological hallmarks for career. So-called three-dimensional career. Career, I'm talking about something that is very tangible on planet Earth in human experience, where you have success, money, growth, credits, and your life becomes bigger and bigger and better. And myself and my loved one, it's completely the opposite of that. And so we came to this conclusion, you know what, for us, it's more like a sand painting. My life is like a sand painting. There's always something beautiful and magical going on in my life. It might be here, body, mind, heart, and soul, whatever it is. There's always magic happening. But there's a lot of things that are very intangible. And a lot of the things that, a lot of people want in this world, like things like plenty of money, security, success, power, control, abundance, food, shelter, water, entertainment, vacation, travel, all that wonderful stuff. It's just stuff. It's just experience. And this too shall pass. And it all comes to nothing. It all vaporizes into nothingness. And once you accept that, or once I accept that, or now that I'm very gently accepting that, it's given me a lot of freedom. It's been very, very liberating. In other words, there's no point in trying to impress a career or impose an expectation. Instead, I live more in the moment than I've ever done before. It doesn't matter what happened an hour ago, 2 days ago, 2 weeks ago. It doesn't matter what I just discovered on the news or with cryptocurrencies or the terrifying things that are happening in the global, virus scam and all the death and disease that I've come across here recently in the last few months. And it's just like, oh, well, that's how it is. And you just deal with it. And it's almost like, really, it is like a sand painting. I don't know if you guys are familiar with sand paintings, but these Zen monks over in Tibet, they do these sand paintings. And it's a form of like cerebral homage to God. All right? So they create these beautiful mandalas, very graphic, very colorful, very beautiful, full of some kind of secret hidden inner meaning, but it can just be a pretty piece of art, okay? And so myself and my love, when we decided, you know what, we share the almost identical characteristic. So instead of being miserable about this, why don't we just accept it and embrace it? And so we agreed, like, you know what, that's really cool. My life is like a sand painting, and so is yours. And then that was very liberating. Like, it's like being a flower. You come into full bloom, it's beautiful, it's magic, and then suddenly, moments later, it's all gone, like it was never there. It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying if you're a traditional human being and you have even the slightest expectation of having a legacy or a career. Okay, I'll just admit, this Cancer Capricorn full moon thing, and with all the stuff in Aquarius and Pisces, that's serious stuff for me, so I guess I'm being triggered to rant, and that's probably why we only have 2 readings here tonight. I'm taking advantage of this free space to rant. So Queen of Water, hold on, just says, hello, Jennifer. Oh, Jennifer, you've been here before, I'm pretty sure. Jennifer Rubino. Hello, everyone. Yes, same here. Necessary. How many readings have we got on? I've only got 2 lined up, Queen of Water. I've got room for 1 or 2 more. And I know you're in Australia, but the super chat works over there. Or you can still do PayPal, or go to terraillumination.com, donate, whatever it is, if you want a reading. Same for the other fellow who was here earlier. Same for anyone else if you're watching and you've never done this before. So anyway, about the sand paintings, I started to think, well, hey, that's just as much a legitimate definition as, like an attorney. Like, I have a nephew, late 20s. He's just started this year as a full-time hire attorney in New York. and he's got a girlfriend who's the same thing. They're making more money now, and they're basically kids. They're making more money now than I've ever seen. Like in 10, they make as much money now in 1 year that took me 10 years to make, grinding myself to pieces. So they earn a lot and they're spending a lot and they're having a good life, a good time. Yeah, Queen of Water. If you do PayPal, then you get it all. Yeah. Jennifer Rubina, you understand it. I'm glad you. I mean, Jennifer, as you know, I do private consultations. Yes, I do that. And I deal with lots of stuff: real estate, finance, health, marriages, children. Spiritual journeys, whatever it is. We pretty much cover it all here. So nothing's new. I've covered pretty much everything to do with every house on the chart and every sign on the chart. So that part's good. But there are common themes. Music time. I wish I could play you my little song, The Perfect Time. It takes a lot of money to produce a song properly these days. A ton of money. And so that's why I don't really have much to show you. I could play one little song if you want, if anyone's interested. Necessary Truth. Ditto, Jennifer. I've had every job out there except a cab driver and Uber driver. I'm not a good driver. Oh, but name a job or industry? Yep, did that. Huh? Wow. That's so cool. Yeah. Okay, I'm just checking in with the chat. So Queen of Water, I've got 2 readings lined up, already bought and paid for, so we're going to get on with those in a moment. If anybody wants a reading, I was trying to describe, you can do, hello Maria, I was describing you can do a super chat or PayPal directly to my email, or go to, I'll do it. Okay, I'll just do it once more. You can send PayPal money direct to my email over here, a little book about it, yahoo.com. Or you can go to terralumination.com, click the donate page, click the donate button. There you go. Yeah. Put what on TikTok? Put them on TikTok. TikTok. There's so many good things I should be doing. I got another channel called The Daily Transit. What have I done with it? Pretty much nothing. God. Oh, gosh. I'm going to play Wonder Ride if I can find it, because that makes me feel like how I am right now, where I feel life is like a massive surge of ups and downs. Sometimes it's very terrifying, sometimes it's very beautiful. It's the same energy of being on a fabulous roller coaster at a fabulous old-fashioned amusement park. Let me see if I can find this. It is an MP3. It's called A Song. Coming up. There's the lyrics. There's the song. Wonder Ride song. How about that? Lyrics. Oh, I'm going to type something down here. See if I can type it in where it says MP3. MP3. MP3 is a music file. Let me see if I can do that. I'll try again. Bear with me. Sorry. I'll check in that. Give me a second, Queen of Water. I'll check it in. Uh-oh. No, I do not need that. I need... There we go. What the hell is happening? Wonder why am I... What's wrong with my computer? Let me try this one, see if this works. Okay, give me a second. Oh my god.
Okay, it looks like we are live. Hello, dear Christy.
Nope, nope.
This is your birthday present.
Oh, where's another one? Sorry, I was getting mixed up. Oh, God, I can't even type. I'm just so... Oh, maybe... Oh, I can blame it on Mercury retrograde, of course. No problem. Here we go. Let's try this. Nope. More and more typos. The more I try to fix it, the worse it gets. Here we go. Well, let's try... Nope, it's not that one. Oh, sorry. This is really tedious. Ugh. Why is it not coming up? Oh, my poor little computer. Why is it not coming up? Damn it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm having some serious Mercury retrograde moments over here. Blah. Let me try. Oh, maybe... Oh. Oh. Sorry, I'm really struggling here. Give me a second. I'm going to put this one on. See what happens if I type this in. Give me a second. Oh, man. More and more. Oh, man. So... Okay, this isn't working at all. Everything's screwed up over here with the sound and music systems. Oh, shit. Excuse my language. Sorry, dear Necessary Truth, I can't get any of the music to work. Let me just see if I can pull up a little tune, because I'm just going to have to get another beverage anyway. Okay. Alright, let's try something like this. Here we go. Okay. Alright, so that gave me an excuse in a few moments where I could go and get a little beverage. Good evening. Yeah, Queen of Water, you can sing this then. Taste Your Dreams. I'll try it, okay? Alright. We'll do that. Okay, if you don't mind waiting, there's only 2 readings booked, so let me just check. So I'm just going to check something. I'm going to see if I can play Taste Your Dreams. Let me see what happens, okay? Okay. Everything is coming up in the computer world except my song. Okay, let's have a look over here. Try this. Let's see if this works.
Okay.
Yep, this is it. Wow.
If you wish for a simple miracle, if you wish you can have one right away. All you need is some faith, is the will. Ask for it and it will come to you today. Hey, hey, I want you to be oh so happy. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah, I want you to live and die laughing. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Yeah. Na da 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 da, na da 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 da. La da 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 da, da 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 da. And if you wish to be in a state of grace, ask for it and it will meet you face to face. And if you wish, if you dare to dream, you will find that it's easier than it seems. Hey, hey, I want you to be oh so happy. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah, I want you to live and die laughing. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Yeah. Oh. Da 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 ba da 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 la da 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 la da 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 da. Oh, la da 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 da. So happy, yeah. I want you to be your higher self, yeah, yeah. I want you to live and die laughing. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Taste your dreams this way. Taste your dreams today.
All right, we did it. Thank you. I just want to check my notes from Necessary, because she said something about calling in Chris. Ba-ba-ba, where is it? Ba-da-ba-ba. Happy birthday, Jeffrey. Whoa, is it your birthday? Wow. TL, put your music on TikTok. Spread the word and it's free. Wow, really? I need to look into that. I had no idea. Oh, where's sorry, Necessary, I can't see any notes. Did I miss something? Hold on. Okay, so, dear Necessary, let's have a look over here. Let me just check something. I gotta check something. Queen of Water is asking me to check, so I'm gonna go check here. And let's have a look. Doopy-doo, doopy-doo, doopy-doo. I think so, yeah, it looks pretty good. Yeah. Yep. We got it. Thank you, dear Queen of Water. Thank you so much. All right, so let's move on. We're sort of getting more... I have no idea. There's some... it looks like Russian writing. I'm not sure what that means. I have no clue. Yes, Queen of Water, so you're booked. We're good to go, all right? Anyway, cards are shuffled. Necessary. I do recall you saying, let's call in Chris. But I don't remember if there was any theme or any message, okay? Okay. Jeffrey, it says here, hey, Karen, over there, I see you. Yo. Gosh, Jeffrey, that sounds kind of random, having to go through a drawing to get a license. A lucky dip. The 27th January. Wow. Calling in Chris. Yep, open read, calling in Chris. Guess what just happened? I think the other gentleman is John. Is that correct? Oh, hold on. I got to check in with Necessary. Hi, Necessary. This is Illumination. And you wanted to see what kind of messages are coming to you through Chris, one of your spirit guides. Well, just as I was checking the screen trying to figure out what the heck's going on here, like there's this stuff, it looks like it's in Russian, and I'm trying to keep up with the chat notes, and it said, calling in Chris, and we'll do an open read. Okay. And if I recall, Chris is the that good-humored person who's always trying to put a happy spin on things. Okay? So, anyway, some of you may not be aware, but Necessary Truth has a couple of, several very powerful, vivid, invisible friends, part of her spirit guides and team from the great beyond. And one of them tends to be very serious, probably like suit and tie. And the other one tends to be more flamboyant and spontaneous. And guess what happened here? It was literally spontaneous. Because the very moment I saw the words, yeah, we're going to do it with Chris tonight, I got this feeling like Chris presented himself to me like, I'm here, but it's like he's dressed up to look like John. So it looks like this is very important. I am taking this very seriously. I am Chris, your spirit guide. I am going to deliver extremely important, very serious messages for you. That's the kind of vibe I got. So I'm just warning you in advance, okay, Necessary? That was the song you told me to have. Okay, Taste Your Dreams. Yeah. By the way, if anyone's interested, Taste Your Dreams has been covered by LINA from Argentina. And she's actually got a little video up at terraillumination.com. You can actually see her and listen to her. It's beautiful. She does a much better job than I do, frankly. Okay. Chris is in the house. Yep. Adjusting that bow tie. Even higher levels of sophistications and importance. All right, here we go. Oh my God. Okay. All right, cards are well shuffled, but I just want to go to the very last second so that you're a witness, okay, dear Necessary Truth. Thank you again for your kindness and generosity over the years. Wow, it's just amazing. Funny, Necessary, how I often moan and groan about my miserable life and career and like what's happening, what went wrong, what can we do about it. But the reality is I actually really enjoy our little cozy world that we have here, that we share between the people that we are here. It doesn't have to be a huge, like, $100,000 subscriber channel. I don't have to do that. I mean, that would be nice, but it doesn't have to be that way. John will step in too. He always does. Okie dokie, here we go. Open read. You asked for it. Boom. Blam! Kapow! Alright, one of the messages that we have here tonight coming through Chris and Terra Lumination for Necessary Truth. There we go, let's have a look. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges, and here's how we're going to handle it. Okay. Over here on the side, I'm going to put the one card that I'm going to designate towards external influence, environmental impacts, and so on, which of course I almost always correlate to the planets at the moment, okay? So we have the Five of Cups here. Now, as you know, necessary, in the simplest sense, this is an energy field of grief and grieving, but it's also has a sort of like a deeper message that life goes on, okay? Sometimes we get to these points in life where we realize, my gosh, I have lived this, I've done that. Like you said in the notes there, you've tried all these different career things and you've tried everything, and now you are where you are. And you can get very, very nostalgic, especially when Mercury goes retrograde. No matter what sign, no matter what house it's in, it's different for everybody. But right now we have Mercury retrograde in Aquarius over here. So the question is, where is this exact point in your chart? So of course I'm talking to Necessary Truth, but that's actually for everybody or anybody who's watching. Where is this point in your chart? It's about 8 degrees Aquarius. Mercury is here going retrograde. So this could be anywhere in your chart. Could it be to do with the self? Could it be to do with, relationships or whatever? But either way, the retrograde energy essentially forces people to have to double check, triple check, and observe very carefully anything and everything that appears to be going wrong with some of the most immediate stuff in life, which for most people involves things like their phone, their smartphone, their computer, their laptop, their emails, their communications, their transactions, moment by moment, day by day, between themselves and the outer world. And that could mean going to the grocery store or trying to connect with friends or family. The retrograde kind of drags everything through the mud. And what it does, it tends to expose, it's kind of like a filtering mechanism. It tends to expose anything and everything that's gone wrong or is not working or that needs attention. You could even think of it as a check engine light on your life. If it's flashing and beeping very loudly, it usually indicates that there's something that needs attention. And that's where this spread comes in specifically. This is my situational spread, so it's a very broad spread, but at the core, it is a diagnostic tool. I'm just going to share something that I only learned very recently. Dear Necessary Truth, I don't know if you have a car or not, for anybody out there who has a car, and if you're in a kind of a city or a town that has a place called AutoZone, it's a national franchise that provides, car parts and stuff and service tools and everything. Did you know that AutoZone provides a free diagnostic? Like if your check engine light is flashing or coming on, or it's stuck in the on position and it makes you scared, like, oh my God, is my exhaust pipe going to fall off? Oh my God, am I burning up too much gasoline, or is my emissions broken? Whatever it is, you can take your car to AutoZone, drive up and say, my check engine light's flashing, can you help me? And they'll say, yes. And then they bring out the diagnostic tool and they tell you, oh, it's your oxygen sensor. Well, that's $20 and here's a wrench. There you go. Anyway, so that's the point about a diagnostic tool. You got to reveal it to heal it. It's very hard to fix something if you don't know what the problem is. automobiles are so complex today compared to when I was a little kid. I was into cars even when I was a little kid. Anyway, what I'm sensing here for you, necessary, here, instead of what I'm sensing, let's just say, when I talk about I'm sensing, remember I am literally just an instrument, okay? I'm trying to be a conveyor for Chris and John if he's there. Maybe Chris anticipated what generally is considered a very sad, tragic card, and basically he wanted to put a nice spin on this. So the way you can do that is by understanding that life is not over. The show is not over. You might be at a very simple, pivotal point where it's time to acknowledge that you've lived certain chapters of your life and it's done. The show is over. You had your moments of glory, you had your moments of pain and loss and suffering, and then, like I was talking about earlier in the sand paintings, it's done, it's over, it's gone. You might have tragic memories, you might be grieving over wounds that you didn't really deserve, but you end up in pain and suffering anyway. Romance, love and relationships, the loss of love, having been loving. You know, I talk a lot about be loving, be loved, okay? And it sounds so simple for me to say it. Oh, no, and even, you know, I like to think I can do it by example as well, but be loving, be loved, okay? But if you have certain levels of expectation that you're layering on top of that simple expression, then it's very easy to be betrayed or lost or suffer setbacks or be severely disappointed. And that can be very, very painful. In other words, like, dear necessary truth, you are loving and you are loved. You understand that. But it might not feel that way. What you might actually be feeling right now, especially with the full moon, you might be coming to a stark awareness, like a brief moment in time, like right now, that, wow, you have been very loving, and you have received and enjoyed love, but it's like history. It's gone. And yet, life moves on. You see, there's two little cups over here, and there's a bridge to a whole other world on the other side of the waters here. The thing about the energy of grief is that, excuse me, my eyes are kind of weepy and itching. I have so many allergies here, it's crazy. I have to take so many freaking pills. I'm not used to it. I'm still not used to it. Let's just say, okay, with this reading, because you called in Chris, and Chris was trying to put a very cheerful tone on top of things, but let's say in balance with the Five of Cups, please, dear necessary truth, allow for the energy of grief in any way, shape, or form that it might be feeling to you. Allow it to exist, allow it to flow, allow it to percolate through your life, and accept it for what it is. You have been loving and you have been loved. You are loving and you are loved. On the other hand, there is collateral damage, pain, and suffering that has occurred along the way. It needs to be formally acknowledged. The worst thing you could do is bury this energy and pretend it doesn't exist and try to paint a happy smiley face on your life as you present yourself to the rest of the world, okay? The way I'm saying that, I'm trying to bring out the very stark polarities between the self and other, that happens always on a full moon, no matter what signs or houses, okay? Oh, is ECAT going? Good night, ECAT. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, so... Okay, so Chris is kind of... He's trying to, like... To me, it feels like he's trying to extend to me this big hug energy. Like, it doesn't matter, dear necessary truth. You are loving, you are loved anyway, even though you might not feel it right now, even though you might feel like you've been betrayed or lost, or you have been loving, and maybe you have been loved, but It's not in the way that certain expectations might have come out. Life moves on anyway. Okay, oh, by the way, we've got these hard squares here. Where did I put that? Okay, I know you have some Sagittarius energy. Okay? Mars is in Sagittarius right now, so that's a very strong driver, like a trigger to like, hey, gotta get up, gotta get on, gotta live my life. I want to get out there and be me. And yet it's in a very hard square with good old Neptune in Pisces, which has been there for what? So that's a 14-year journey. It's got to be at least 10 years already we've been dealing with that. Anyway, we've got another 4 years or so over here, but it's in a very hard square right now. So let's just say, for the sake of this reading, dear Necessary Truth, you might be acutely, sensitively aware of this extremely painful energy here, where you've done the best that you can, and yet you're realizing there is so much betrayal. There are so many lies, deceptions, betrayals, deceits, just disappointments, loss, suffering that is uncontrollable. It's like the energy of, like a fungal infection, parasite infection, a malignant tumor, and it just kind of crawls through and it just like sucks the life out of people. But you're not dead yet, okay? The show is not over by any means. What's the situation itself here? You see? You got the Knight of Wands. You keep going anyway. It's almost like the worse it gets, the stronger you become. The way I look at it is, this is exactly representation of Neptune in Pisces in a hard square with Mars in Sagittarius. Can you see the visual analogy here? The Mars in Sagittarius energy is literally like the energy of the soul warrior crying their eyes out as they march forward, knowing that life moves on. And as a warrior, you're always deeply present in the moment. And the Knight of Wands is some of the most courageous and powerful and, let's say, self-determining energy that you can possibly have. It commands respect and it deserves respect. And so when the situation card comes up with the Knight of Wands for you, to me it feels like, seriously, it's like the worse things get, the stronger you become. In other words, whatever it is that's causing you so much pain and suffering, you cannot take me down. You cannot take me down. You will not take me down. In fact, I grow stronger. Ha, 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 ha. And you move forward knowing that. Like the Knight of Wands that's crying their eyes out. Okay? You go forward anyway. Got it? Now, what's the problem here? Obviously, there's a lot of problems here. Oh, gosh. So, I've got the Three of Pentacles here. Dear Necessary Truth, my feeling is that you might be really concerned that you might be losing grip, or you might have lost grip on some very, very important, very valuable, what do they call them, co-worker relationship dynamics, or someone that you value or valued as a friend, where you are very supportive to them and they are very supportive to you in a team kind of environment. In other words, in a team environment, it's on the understanding that they can't complete what they need to complete without you. And you cannot complete what you need to complete without them. And so You're talking about the energy of mutually beneficial relationships. And that's what happens in team environments. So you might be scared right now. You might be really, really scared right now that you're losing grip or losing traction, or some kind of teamwork, some kind of team environment, perhaps in business or relationships, is dissolving or has the potential to dissolve, where you lose all the benefits of a team, and the team loses all the benefits of having you as part of a team. That's really, really scary. But I think the beauty of this reading is that this needs to be acknowledged. So, if deep down, somewhere in your life or your world, there is a kind of a team environment, even if it's just a couples type of relationship, where you have a mutually supportive relationship, like you're there for them, they're for you, then if there's any hint, even the slightest hint, that this might be threatened, or it might be losing its integrity or value, or might be dissolving for whatever reason, okay, that's a very legitimate fear. Okay, that, to me, that is a legitimate fear. Even if you can't define it precisely, if you feel it, okay? Okay. So, this looks like a very tender, fragile kind of situation, where you know you have to keep going no matter what. You know you have to put on a brave face to life. You know that you're already doing it to the best of your abilities. And even at the best of your abilities, okay, look at it this way. You see the knight here? Most people would never know because they pick up the energy of the knight. But to me it feels like deep down, the knight is crying deep, deep inside, but they keep going anyway, because their role is to be the Knight of Wands. That's the energy of bringing life, encouragement, enthusiasm, inspiration to others by example. That's a really tough thing to do, especially when you're feeling like a piece of doo-doo yourself. Like you've been screwed over, and yet you still have to be the ambassador of optimism. That's really tough. So how are we going to do this? Oh yeah! Oh yeah! You invoke the energy. This is the energy of sacred opportunity. You don't have to do any of this, okay? It's almost like the Mission Impossible type of energy field. Okay, let me just make a point here. I don't know a lot about the Mission Impossible movies, but I do remember many years ago enjoying one or maybe two. And I think it was Tom Cruise is the hero. And his bosses come and say, "Hello, Tom. Your next mission, should you choose to accept it, is to do blah, 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 blah. You have to save the world from the demonic totalitarians. This is your mission, should you choose to accept it." So, what happens is, with this card of sacred opportunity, which is the Ace of Swords, it's almost the same vibe. Okay? It's almost like the way forward is to see yourself as a fighter, as a rebel, as a champion of those people who can't be a champion for themselves. Okay? I'm not trying to make out that you're like a superhero, okay? Necessary truth. Chris is saying, actually, she is a little bit of a superhero in her own way. You just need to say that on camera. Ha 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 ha. So, going forward, how do we handle the energy of the Knight of Wands being in deep pain, deep inside the heart center? Okay? Knowing that they are potentially at risk of losing something very valuable to themselves and others. Others might be losing something very valuable to them. The way forward is to invoke the power. And it's almost like I was trying to say, with the way forward is to treat it as a mission. Your life going forward, and that's actually kind of how it is for a lot of people. You go forward and you have new starts and new beginnings. You treat your life as a mission. Nobody can take you down. I just see your notes here. It says, yes, correct. Left my job. Felt like I was getting screwed over. Yep. Keep speaking your truth. Thank you. Go. Okay. So, Path Traveler nailed it there. Keep speaking your truth, necessary. Yes, there might be a lot of pain regarding what just happened, but you keep going anyway. Because, a person such as yourself, when you live in truth, when you are an ambassador of the truth, you have to live by example. You're not allowed to compromise. And so even though you might have been heavily betrayed or screwed over or compromised, that doesn't mean that you're dead. It's just another chapter in life that dissolved with a lot of pain. But you still have this beautiful Two of Cups here, which you carry forward. And these are like seeds that you can plant for a new life going forward. And it's like, Path nailed it. I guess, Chris is essentially saying the same thing, but your light shines on anyway. It has to shine on. It will shine on. A lot of it is by invocation. One of the things when I see an ace, which is a card of sacred opportunity, is that you don't have to accept this. That's why I mentioned the Mission Impossible kind of theme. In other words, necessary truth. If you want to, you can just kick back and curl up in a ball of misery on a sofa and just wallow in pain. Okay? And I'm going to say something now you might not like, but that could be in a way very selfish. Because it feels here with this reading is that you have to go forward anyway, because whatever lies ahead, it involves you leading by example. And that's a very, very hard thing to do, because you've got nowhere else, nothing else to lean on except yourself. And that becomes very scary. Like, wow, do I have the skills and the courage and the enthusiasm and do I feel empowered to do this, having been so betrayed? Well, whether you feel it or not, you do have it, and yes, you have to acknowledge that. So just like in the movie, yeah, this is your mission if you choose to accept it. Like, okay, so if Tom Cruise didn't accept the mission, then the movie's over within the first 7 minutes, okay? So that's not going to happen here. So obviously you're going to accept your mission going forward, brand new starts, brand new beginnings where you live in the truth even more than ever before. And somehow or other you live by example. Now, necessary, you're really good at helping to support a lot of other people who show up here on the channel. But it's time for you to turn a little bit of that towards yourself and remind yourself that you have some almighty power at your disposal. You've got your own natural gifts with, being a high sensory perception being. Plus you've got your invisible friends. You've got Chris and John. You've got us over here. It's not the end of the world. No matter how painful it might be. Like, if you have literally, truly been betrayed in a team situation, you truly got screwed over, yes, after you've given everything that you gave, you have a right to feel pain and express pain and show pain. But it's not the end. It's not over by any means. I think perhaps over the Mercury retrograde, these next 3 weeks, it's a really good time to recalibrate and figure out what the bleep am I going to do next. What the bleep am I going to do now, okay? And so let's allocate this Ace of Swords to the new moon, okay? Coming up in a few weeks. It's going to be the Aquarius new moon. I believe it will be, like today is the what? What did I say today? It's the 16th. And the full moon is technically tomorrow. And the new moon is technically the 1st of February. So that's going to be Aquarius. Okay, so the Aquarius theme is going to be very, very strong in a few weeks. You're going to have the sun and the moon and Mercury and Saturn all piled up here in the Aquarius sector. So, because you're very savvy about these things necessary, you might want to look at the Aquarius sector of your chart, wherever that is, okay? Wherever that may be. And you can pinpoint that area as a place of new starts and new beginnings. So the Aquarian theme is about community. It's about teamwork. It's not about placing yourself in a position of like, I am the rock star and everybody needs to follow me. It's much more about finding your place in the community, and if you could call it the community of humanity. And in that case, it would take you more and more closer to where you exist at the soul level. So in some ways, despite the tragedy here, there's a tremendously strong optimistic energy here with the swords and the wands. New starts and new beginnings, and you figure it out. So my feeling is that over the next few weeks, over the next few months, it's really important that we keep in touch and do follow-ups and all of this stuff. Okay. Whatever the mission might be. I mean, I don't want to. I can't imagine going into it on this reading here. We've already basically done the reading, but as one door closes, another door opens, and you already know that. So my feeling here is that Chris wants me to remind you that this might have been a very serious, painful reading in some ways, but you called on Chris to be like the voice. And I think that's why kind of Chris went like this to me and then reconfigured himself to appear as though he was John. Because John would be obviously like perfectly comfortable delivering a very serious, painful message. But you called him on Chris. So Chris basically decided to, I'm going to behave, act as if I am John. But Chris is indestructible. So it's like, my feeling here is that, like, in summary, the reading is about accepting the pain and suffering of what just happened and seeing it as a gateway to new opportunities, new starts, new beginnings with that ace. Especially give yourself time over the next 2 weeks to, grieve, and start to recalibrate so that when the new moon happens in Aquarius, you're already primed. Get it? All right. And start invoking new options, of course, obviously. All right, let's wrap this up. Thank you very much, Necessary. I hope this helps you. We're going to keep going forward. The show is definitely not over. Next up, Gregory, I hope you're still here. I know sometimes I ramble, I get lost, and people end up leaving because they have to, and they forget they had a reading booked and all that. But anyway. You know what? Let me see if I can find that song again. Let me see if it'll work now. I'm just going to try it, okay? Oh my God, my computer is... For some reason, my computer is really struggling. Oh man, this is sad. I'm blaming it on Mercury retrograde, okay? Let's try this. Wait a minute. Did I play that already? I did. Damn. That was the one we just played a while back. I wonder if I can do Wonder Ride. Let me try this again. Let me try it again. See, this should come up. Ugh. Christ. Music. I got click to file. I've only got one. Wonder Ride song. Ah! I think I might have it. It might be working. Hold on. Stay there. Don't go away.
Okay,
I got it.
So, this is a birthday present from my sweetheart.
Okay. All right.
To share this. Okay. It's called Wonder Ride.
Okay. So, whew, I got it. Oh God, I can't believe it. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. There's a lot of Mercury retrograde stuff going on over here right now. Anyway, I found the song and it looks like it's all set up to play. I'm trying to maintain my pride and dignity, but the reality is that I'm really sad and I'm sorry that I never really became the channel that I wanted to be, and I'm left with more or less this, in my estimation. I know we have something special that we share here, but I always felt like I had so much more to offer, and it never happened. In fact, exactly the opposite happened. Every time things showed signs of blossoming, it got crushed and destroyed. So I empathize with you, Necessary Truth, with the Five of Cups there. I feel it very, very strongly. But the show is not over, believe me. This song is Wonder Ride. It's just the joy about the wonder of life and how you share it with someone that you love. And it's like being on a roller coaster, those old-fashioned roller coasters at very old-fashioned theme parks. And they're very rattly and much smaller than the monster roller coasters of today. And so they felt very, very frightening. The big ones today, it's all about the spectacle. So you're all strapped in, and it may be huge. But the old-fashioned ones, there were not a lot of safety issues going on. And everything would rattle and shake, and you'd feel like you're facing death at every turn and sweep and bouncing up and around. But it was exciting, and you get on the roller coaster anyway. People pay good money to be terrified out of their wits. It sounds like this. It's a slow waltz, old-fashioned. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
My dear, this is my birthday present to you, to celebrate the day that heaven made you. It's remarkable that we both found one another. And the day we set out on our transformation ride with each other at each other's side, it soon became evident that we are both changing. And it's such a wonder ride, my dear. Yes, it's such a wonder ride. Hold on tight, tightly, my dear. And now that our journey, it starts to unfold in a multi-dimensional world of untold delights that truly defy Document all of the nuances that go to make up a story of extraordinary proportions. And it's such a wonder ride, my dear. Yes, it's such a wonder ride. Hold on tight, tightly, my dear. It's such a wonder ride, my dear. Yes, it's such a wonder ride. Hold on tight, tightly, my dear.
What the hell just happened? What the hell? The fuck? Hello? Can anybody hear me? What the hell is going on? You guys okay? I had a complete blackout over here. No, I'm not okay, Gregory. Everything shut down over here. I had to just completely reboot everything. What? Wait a minute, what's that? Wait a minute, what's going on? Hold on, I'm trying to like... What the hell? I'm sorry. I am back. Honestly, I think what's happening here is that I've just been very, very lucky to get to this point with this channel, that it's even alive at all. It was actually killed off over 2.5 years ago by the powers that be, and I'm only alive on the channel because they allow it to happen. But there's absolutely zero support when it comes to the algorithm and so on. On top of that, my computer is starting to show signs of age and wear and tear. And to be honest, I've been working it really hard for years. Since the day I bought this computer, I've been working it really hard, running it at absolute peak performance, and it's a great computer. But I just put a lot of demands. The way I do my channel, I mean, there's other channels that have all sorts of different fancy stuff that they use with editorial software, but that's all done behind the scenes. Almost everything I do is live. And when you do live streaming, it takes huge amounts of resources, okay? Okay, so Path Traveler says, it's perfect, TL. TL is back. Jeffrey, yay. Gregory, Queen of Water, we're back. Yeah, Queen of Water, you can hear. Okay. I'm sorry about that, but I'm at a point where, in order to keep this channel going, I need a really powerful computer, and I don't know what else to do. So we'll worry about that another time. In the meantime, it looks like we have recovered. This is not the fault of YouTube or Google. Nobody hacked me. Nobody tried to stop me. It's literally my computer had a meltdown. It's classic Mercury retrograde. So let's just keep going, okay? Gregory, you're up. No medical emergencies besides picking my nose and coughing a little bit. But mostly, for the last 15 minutes or so, I've been in a severe panic about what the hell happened with my computer and the channel. Turns out it is my computer, and to do my little tiny show, I use about 5 layers of softwares and computer programs and technology to get it the way I like it to be. And it might look very crude and amateur to some people, but to do this, it requires a really good, really powerful computer. And I have a good computer, but I need a freaking hardcore, Windows 10 i9 octa-core gaming laptop. Okay, so we're talking thousands of dollars there, and we're not quite at the point for that to happen at this moment. So let's keep going anyway. We're going to keep... Hello, Karen. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Okay. Sorry. Anyway, let's keep going. It looks like we're back and we're live. Thank you, Gregory. Gregory, it sounds like you've been really hurting recently. And again, chances are you don't deserve it. It's just that this is what happens. It's part of life's journey. So let's have a look what's going on. Did you have a specific theme? I saw some little snips and clips in your conversations with the other folks in the chat, but I didn't really pick up anything in particular because I just wasn't paying attention. I was just doing my own rant, and I was doing the reading for necessary, and I was doing my rant about all the other stuff with global politics and finance and the retrogrades and all the directs. February, March, and April, all planets direct, okay? So be very, very careful. Like Path Traveler said, there's a very high chance of a crash and burn at the end of the 3 months. So February, March, April. So be very, very careful when we get into May, because May is the Taurus energy, and the North Node is going to be in Taurus regarding the global financial system. So be very aware. Massive Mercury retrograde. Yep. Gregory, you could hear me the whole time? Oh my God, I'm sorry. I was probably cussing. Cussing like an animal. Anyway, so here we go. Alright, what kind of messages do we have here for Gregory tonight? Gregory's in the thick of it. He's doing everything he possibly can, which is actually what he always does anyway, to keep the show going, to keep life on the roll, to move forward to the next chapter. But Gregory, like the rest of us, has his own particular flavor of challenges. So what are the messages that we have here tonight? When I do these shows, I completely and absolutely abandon myself to the process, to the heavenly beings from the great beyond, and I simply accept that I am literally just an instrument. I am literally like a device. Energy comes in, energy goes out. I am a transceiver. I am a transceiver. I am an instrument of the healing power of love. I did a demonstration, I think last week. I used a flashlight. Energy comes in, energy goes out. You have to be very careful where you focus that, because attention flows where energy flows where attention goes. So as an instrument, my job, my role here tonight as your reader, Gregory, is simply to be as capable as possible to receive the messages and then transcribe them into a story that's comprehensible, and it comes out here. Okay? A transceiver, transmission and receiving. Transmission and receiving. Here we go. Precious moments from Alberta. You're probably still in Canada. Yay! Well, we can do that. That's probably the last reading. Hello, Nicholas. Nicholas Brito, greetings, good evening to you. I don't know where you are. Is that a Latin name, like a Spanish culture? I don't know. Precious, you just put in a large donation, so you're going to get a reading. I'm really, really winging it here tonight, Precious. I don't know if you're aware, but I had a major breakdown about 20 minutes ago. My whole computer just froze up. Mercury retrograde, thank you. But we managed to salvage the situation, and we're still here doing the readings. It's a miracle, frankly. No, it's not too big. Don't worry. It says, what do I need to know about getting right with money? Obviously. Okay. Well, we all need to know that. Honestly, Gregory, I'm doing huge amounts of studies myself because I want to know for myself. I seriously do. There are millions of us, Gregory. We need to know what the bleep is going on with our money. Because a lot of people across planet Earth are starting to realize we've been scammed for 120 years. Thank you. Okay? Janet Webster, good evening and welcome. You've got snow. Janet Webster is the Mensa lady from back east. It's not too big, Gregory. We're going to do. Let's focus on money. What are the messages that we need for Gregory tonight, right now, regarding the subject of money? How about we say it that way? About getting right with money. Okay? Here we go. Here's the cut. I'm doing a really extreme cut because I want a very clear, crystal clear reading. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the surrounding energies, the environmental influences. Of course, I always defer to the planets. Thank you very much. Okay, all the cards are upside down. So we have the Queen of Wands. To me, this feels like it's a never fear energy. This might be a moment of fear for you right now, but don't ever forget that you are, in your own way, a very lucky man, a very wealthy man, a very happy man, a very blessed man. Also, the Queen of Wands energy is a highly, super inspirational energy, where I always think this, you might not feel it as a direct relation to you, but it's like, yes, Queen of Wands energy, you could say it's feminine, and it is very inspirational. But what and I often get the Lady Diana vibes off this. I don't know if you remember Lady Diana. She was the wife of Prince Charles of England, and she was deeply loved because she was very pure and very honest and very caring and very loving. And she ended up living in a world which is extremely hollow. And it was so bad for her that her life ended. And it was very, very, very tragic. And I have my own views about the subject, but she was truly an inspiration to hundreds of millions of people across the world. Even though her life was tragic. Okay? So I'm not saying that's you, Gregory, but with the Queen of Wands energy here, to me it feels like there's a great responsibility that you carry. And you have to remember that. It's nothing good, it's nothing bad. It's just that you're a person who's spent a lot of time and energy helping other people to achieve a sense of justice and righteousness in life. And yet here you are, struggling, trying to figure out, understand your finances. Like, what the bleep? Doesn't make any sense. It's not fair. It's not just. And yet here we are. And the Queen of Wands, I think the energy is to remember that, sort of like the other reading, like, you're not dead yet. The show is not over, okay? You still have to maintain that aura of being like you are above the problems of life. You are deeply affected by the problems of life, especially by other people who contract with you to take care of their problems. And then that becomes a tremendously heavy burden for you, like being the energy of the righteous warrior. And Lady Diana really did a lot of that herself. She really brought a sense of righteousness and justice to the world in a way that was so honest and good and rich that it was actually an impediment and a deterrent to a happy life as an individual person. I'm not saying you're going to live the life of a tragic martyr hero, okay? All I'm suggesting with the Queen of Wands is that you're lucky. You're very, very lucky that even if you might be having financial issues right now, it's definitely not the end of the world. It's more like a wake-up call, like you said. We got to figure this stuff out, okay? And it might be an attitude. It might be a perception, you know? It might not just be something on a piece of paper. Oh, I forgot to invoice this person, or I forgot that part, or I undercharged for this, I should have charged. It's much more about an attitude regarding money, okay? So let's have a look at the situation itself. Cards are all upside down. Thank you, Mercury retrograde. Yay. So with the Four of Swords here, it's almost like you've got to give yourself a break. Yes, you might be like looking head on, face to face into your personal finances to the point where you're looking at it and going like, oh God, how did I get to this point in my life? I mean, seriously. I don't know if you can tell here from the imagery, but on the Rider-Waite deck in the full glorious versions, it's a very colorful stained glass window, and there are actually two little tiny figures here who are obviously very deeply connected at a soul level. Like, I'm dependent on you, you are dependent on me. I love you, you love me. What can I do to take care of you? Oh, what can I do to take care of you? We need to figure this out. But sometimes, like when I see the Four of Swords, it's just like the best way to figure it out is to detach, to understand you have an issue, understand that you have a problem, acknowledge the issue, acknowledge the problem, and then admit to yourself you can't figure it out by force. It's almost like that's the worst thing you can do. Like if you are owed money or you owe money, trying to force things into balance is the worst thing that you can do. Instead, the best thing, to me it feels here, the best thing is to sleep on it and ask for divine guidance to come to you through your dreams by deliberately detaching yourself from the problems. Deliberately saying, okay, well, it's not the end of the world. Again, I can survive another few days, another few weeks. in my financial situation without completely imploding. And in that case, thank you, Mercury retrograde. It's about a 3-week cycle. It might be literally a time to take your foot off the gas pedal of life. Understand and be aware that, yeah, you've got issues, okay? But it's like the more and more you try to solve the issues through pressure and trying to force a resolution, the worse it's going to be. It's, again, going back to living your life on a highway. Life is a highway, blah, blah, blah. With the Three of Swords here, the situation is, to me it feels like you don't have any other options right now except to take your foot off the gas pedal of life, move over into the slow lane, putter along very, very gently, and then ultimately pull over to the side completely and switch off and give yourself a chance to rest, okay? The highway analogy is really handy right now. Like, some people try to force life. There are moments where it's very appropriate to initiate and force things. But there's also moments where the best thing you can do is basically say, I'm out of here. Sign off, click off, switch off, pull off to the side of the road of life. And, you know, it's literally like if you think of your life as a long haul journey, and you know you have to keep going, but you can't keep dosing up with caffeine pills all day every day, or you can't dose yourself through all of this. Eventually, you have to take a break. So with the Four of Swords here, the situation very much right now to me is literally, you might not want to. You might feel like, I cannot afford to take a break. I have to keep going. I have to figure out my problems. But my feeling is, with the Four of Swords, actually the best thing you could do is give yourself a break and say, you know what? There's no way I'm going to figure this stuff out until and after I disconnect. Just disconnect, okay? It would be like Lady Diana telling the whole world, like, thank you very much. I just had a wonderful world event here. Thank you, everybody. It was very beautiful. I love you very much. I know you love me very much. Thank you. But I'm actually really exhausted by my latest goodwill mission. So I'm going to go take a couple of days off and have some fun and have a lot of naps and rest. And then I'll be back. Okay? So I know you're not Lady Di, but I'm trying to sort of, drop some hints that this is how she would have behaved. The reason I know this is because I used to get a lot of Lady Di dreams. I know it sounds crazy, but I feel like I know her deep down inside at the soul level. Alright, so the situation is right now with the Four of Swords, Gregory. The situation is that, like it or not, you need a break. No one's going to award you the break. You have to deliberately switch off, disengage, and give yourself a break. Because you cannot figure out your situation by force. Okay, what are the problems here? Okay, my feeling is that you know deep down that you deserve a lot of respect and honor and reward and love and justice for all the good that you have done for other people, okay, in your world, where all you ever did was be loving. And so the big question was, like earlier with necessary, like, be loving, but am I loved? It would be very nice if that would show up in my wallet, knowing that I am loved, and that love would show up in my wallet. That would be really nice, okay? So with the King of Cups energy here, you might feel a real kind of vacuum. These two energies together, it makes me feel like like going into this Mercury retrograde, it's not what you would have wanted or planned for yourself, and yet it feels to me like you do not have any other option except to deliberately disengage from life, disengage from all the problems, deal with and understand and accept that you have not truly been respected and rewarded to the degree that you deserve, having been so kind and generous, and having, let's say, the ability to help other people in the ways that you've done. And instead, you end up in your own personal, like, miniature shitstorm of financial misery. Okay? The show's not over, but it might feel to you as that, like, this is a real slap in the face. Like, it's a real, like, your dignity has been seriously insulted here. Because deep down, Gregory, you are a loving person. You are loving, and for sure you are loved. But again, how does that look in my bank account? You know, it's a whole other thing. You might have helped people and they truly appreciate that and they love you, but they can't show that with money. But right now the issue is money. And by the way, Gregory, the subject of money, because I know there's the Scorpio theme is very prominent with you, the subject of money is going to become very important for you over at least the next year, because the South Node is moving into Scorpio. The North Node is moving into Taurus. So finances, for sure, are a very important subject for you now going forward in the long term. It's probably going to become more and more like front and center of your life. For some people, finances is just a side effect of doing this. Like, some people work, and they get a paycheck and it arrives in the bank and they just sock it away and they pay their bills. Fine. But we're talking about your personal finances on a whole other level here. Like, how does your life path equate and parallel to your personal finances? In other words, it's like, why is there such an incongruity where you are loving and you are loved, and yet how does that show up in my bank account? You know? Oh, I just saw your note there. It says here, I have a supermassive amounts of work and billing to do. Ouch! Ouch! Yeah. That's really tedious. Yeah. Doing the billing and invoicing and doing the paperwork for running your business. Oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah. Because it means you have to literally quantify things. You have to send out invoices and basically tell people, you have to pay me money now. And some people don't like doing that. You've got a huge, generous heart, Gregory. And so the idea of actually having to invoice somebody for services rendered is probably almost an embarrassment to you. That's what I'm sensing here. Because deep down inside, if you could, you would probably offer your services for free as a charity, as an act of kindness, if you could. Because that's kind of how you're built, you know? But you end up with the reality is like, oh shit, I gotta actually invoice these people. Oh God. Ow. Anyway, how are we gonna do this? Okay. So we've got the 8 of Pentacles here. So obviously the money aspect is extremely important. The way it looks to me is it's really simple. It's almost like, oh God. Holy shit. Okay, sorry, Greg, I'm just going to say this directly. Like, my God. I have to do this. I don't have an option. I have to do all this billing, invoicing, and administration stuff. I hate doing this stuff. It's totally against your nature, your principles, and yet it has to be done. And the way I'm feeling it here with that card, with the Eight of Pentacles, the situation is so extreme that you have to like wake up. It's just like, if I don't invoice, I don't get paid. If I don't do the paperwork, the homework, I don't get paid. Because they're certainly not going to pay you if you don't invoice them. They're not going to call you up and say, hey, Gregory, oh, thank you so much. Like, I know I owe you so much. Like, could you please send me the invoice so we can get this over with? Oh, God. I understand your situation, Gregory. Oh, God. I see your notes on the screen, people. Thank you, Janet Webster. Yeah, it's a weird thing, because a lot of the people who come to this channel are very, very loving and generous and kind as their default setting. Especially if you're offering semi-professional services like what I do here on the channel. And honestly, if I could, I would just do readings all day for free. But of course, I can't do that because I would be homeless. So, and I would have a very sore throat and I would be very hungry. Anyway, so in your situation, Gregory, the way to handle it is to understand that there is a whole pile of grunt work that has to be done. Because if you don't do it, you don't get paid. And you are highly worthy. You're highly valuable and you do deserve to get paid. But in terms of raw business, you don't get paid unless you invoice. I don't know anybody who sends any money to anybody in business just for fun. Now, you wait for the invoice, and when the invoice arrives, they usually, pay on the spot or wait a few days or weeks or whatever, and you collect. Okay. Yeah. Oh, God, I see your note there. It's a good way to say it is that it is an embarrassment to ask people to pay me. Oh, my God. Oh, yep. But it is a business. You do serve people. You do take care of people. You do help them. You help them a lot. And you do deserve to be paid accordingly. And you do what you do because you are naturally a man of the law, naturally a man of justice. And you would naturally do it literally as a charity for free if you could. But you can't. Unless, like Janet Webster says, you have a sugar daddy. Anyway, so yeah, you've got your work cut out for you. It's literally, I would say with the Eight of Pentacles here, it would be very appropriate to take the whole of this period of the Mercury retrograde and devote all of that to billing and invoicing. And Janet says it might apply to her soon too. Jeffrey understands completely. Jeffrey is a young lad, but he seriously freaking understands business. Okay? So, yeah. Yeah, everybody wants a free this. Oh, everybody wants a free that. Hey, can you fix my tire for free? Can you install another window for free on the house? Oh, blah, blah. Can you give me a free weekend at an Airbnb? Blah, blah. No. Sorry. So, Gregory, yeah, you're in that very unfortunate, painful position of having to invoice your clients as much as you don't want to. Because it's embarrassing, it's awkward, it's uncomfortable. Gosh, I'm getting serious flashbacks to my days in the yoga world. I benefited tremendously from being thrown into the deep end of very, very high-end yoga and advanced yoga, energy healing training programs and services and all of that. And there is the guru, the great master, okay, out there, out in the front. And he made it his business to be this glorious, wonderful, indestructible, irrefutable guru. And he made it his job to mesmerize the members, to hand over credit cards for thousands, tens of thousands of dollars to receive the services. And it is a business model. I studied it. Oh my gosh. If you've ever had any beautiful expectations about the world of yoga, and then you start to look into the business modeling that goes behind the world of yoga in the American Yoga Alliance or whatever it's called, and then you understand that it's all about the money, then it makes you very, very cynical towards the yogis and the yoga. And so the way our guru dealt with it is that he presented very, very powerful aura. It's kind of very much like a cult environment. And you have the recruits. And then the highest level recruits go out there recruiting new recruits. And the ultimate goal is to get their credit card and their debit cards and get them to sign up for thousands or tens of thousands of dollars of super ultra highly advanced yoga programs, which is great in its own way. But the dirty work of invoicing and collecting and recruiting to get the money is all done by the minions lower down in the cult business model. Okay? The guru themselves, they never touch money. No. It just seems to flow to them like a magical gift. It just arrives. No, it doesn't arrive. It's all part of a very, very powerful business model. Anyway, there we go. All right, let's get back to your reading. Thank you, Gregory. That is your reading. I think you've got the tone here. I think you understand. You are your own guru, and sadly, you're going to have to be your own accountant and your own secretary and your own billing and invoicing department. Ouch! That's very, very hard to do. I'm serious, but you can do it and you will be okay because you deserve it. When you send out an invoice, it's sent with love, okay? And I believe that your clients will understand that. And even though perhaps many of your clients may not want to pay you, maybe they would want to have your services for free, deep down, in general, they know deep down that they owe you. Okay? But they are never going to pay you unless you send that invoice. And after you send the invoice, you might still have to come to payment terms with some of the clients. Some of the clients may pay you the full amount on the spot. But again, nothing happens until you invoice. So that is probably a very distasteful side of your business that you really truly don't want to do. But it is work, and it is a chore, and it has to be done. It is a labor of love. You have to do it. The best time is now. The best time is right now. Take full advantage of the Mercury retrogrades. Get it done. Get the invoices out there. Clear that energy out. Understand that you're not going to get paid everything at once, and you might have to do follow-ups or payment plans or whatever. But either way, give yourself a break. Understand that you are loving and you are loved and you deserve it, but none of it's going to happen. No one's going to actually pay you for your inspiration and your generosity and your skills and talents and energy on their behalf unless you invoice them. Yeah. I understand you, Gregory. No worries. Next up, Queen of Water. What's going on? While I'm shuffling Queen of Water, if you want to type in a couple of notes. Oh, shoot. I just... See, the whole deck, the whole freaking... Okay, that deck is now upright. This whole deck is now upright. We had another weird Mercury retrograde thing. But it seems like... Okay. This is the upright version of the deck. Upright card going in. Upright going in. Upright going into an upright deck. There we go. Problem solved. Hello, Precious. I hope you're still strong enough to hang in. It's going to be a while. I've got to read for Queen of Water now. Dear Queen of Water. All right, Queen of Water. If you have a subject or a theme, please let me know. And it looks like the stream is live and working, so we should be okay. Let me just double check everything. Yeah, we're still running. Okay, that's good. So, right now, all I need to know is, like, Dear Queen of Water, if you have a theme or a subject, like, what are the messages coming through Tarot Lumination for me tonight regarding the subject of ... You know? My career, my finances, my health, my family. My career, whatever, I think I said that, but it could be anything, whatever it is. Okay, you're here. I got that. I see you. So I can do a completely blind reading if you want, but if you have a one-word theme and you want to type it in the screen, we can go that way too, okay? While I'm waiting, I'm just going to top this up, okay? No problem, Mr. Ross. Don't you worry. We got this. All right. Okay, what's next for me? Okay, that's very much about it being in the now. What now? What now? What now? What now? Okay, so what about now? What's going on with Queen of Water? What messages does Queen of Water need right now regarding what we call the future? One last little tiny mini shuffle, and then we're going to go for it, okay? Alright, that's good. Greetings to Melbourne and the whole of Australia. You know, Queen of Water, you are now the representative for the whole of Australia on this channel here, Tarot Lumination. I've seen some really disturbing videos about what's happening in Australia. Whew. Okay, what about you? Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And let's have a look at the external influences. In other words, hint, hint, the planets. Yes, it is a journey. It's good to think of it as a journey. King of Wands. Okay, wow. To me, this feels like this is the moment, this is the time for you to me it feels like shock and awe. It feels like you might not have expected this kind of energy here, but it is here. And it's very advantageous for you. Now, it happens a lot with many people where they're just living through life and they kind of figure like, well, I don't know what happens next. And then, okay, I see the word love there. Regarding the energy of love next. Okay. So, what does that look like? So, yeah, I was talking about the Mercury retrograde. We've already got... Where's my little ephemeris book? Give me a second. Okay, here's January, right? Here's January. We still have Uranus retrograde and Venus retrograde. So obviously, you put the word in there, love. Venus, people associate that with love and romance and relationships. Fine, sure. And this would be a very appropriate time to question the subject of love and relationships. Venus is in Capricorn, so it would be the serious nature of love and relationships. Venus in Capricorn is attracted to things like stability, status, physical, material, worldly aspects of love. In terms of a love relationship, it would be having a partner who has all the characteristics of success and winning and being up there in the status quo. I'm not saying that's you, okay? Good evening, Elizabeth. It's going to be a little bit too late. I'm so sorry. It's already 8 o'clock. We've been going 3 hours already. I've got 2 readings to do. I won't be able to read for you, Elizabeth. I'm so sorry. I just want to let you know now. That's all I can handle. I just started with Queen of Water. Then we're going to read for Precious Moments. Okay? Take care, Jeffrey. We'll check in again, okay, soon. So, at this very moment in time, the 16th, okay, right here, we're right here. We're kind of at this wobbly phase. When planets go in and out of retrograde, things can get a little bit wobbly for whatever that planet represents and where it is in your chart, in whichever sign, whichever house, and all of that. So right now, Mercury just flipped retrograde, and Uranus is just flipping direct. Okay, so that's, whoa. To me, that registers as, turbulence. Whoa. Meanwhile, in the middle, Venus in Capricorn is still retrograde. So that's an indication, like, it's time to take stock of your love and relationship dynamics in terms of how you would view them regarding the practicalities of life. Like if there's a big question mark, okay, like Queen of Water, you just said here, I'm a Cancer sun. So Venus in Capricorn would be directly opposing you, okay? But that can be very valuable in love and relationship. I don't see a problem. Personally, a Cancer sun with Venus in Capricorn. I'm not saying you have to find a mate with Venus in Capricorn, but sometimes the energy of opposition, Cancer and Capricorn are opposing signs and energies. Just as a reminder here, there's Cancer, there's Capricorn. And Queen of Water says she has a Cancer sun. Meanwhile, we've got Venus in Capricorn retrograde here. So right now this would be very, very appropriate for Queen of Water to examine love and relationships. Okay? It would be front and center in your life, in your world right now. Like, hey, what the bleep is going on in that department? Okay? Also, you've got Sun in Capricorn and Pluto in Capricorn right now opposing your Cancerian Sun. So this is a really good time in heaven, a time of like sacred opportunity to have a really good self-examination about what's working and what's not working for you in the world of love and relationship. And it should be very obvious to you. Like if you have certain... Oh gosh, I dropped my book. Hold on, stay there. Oh God, I kicked over my files. Oh God. Stay there, hold on. Oh man. Oh God. I'm a freaking mess tonight. Oh. Recovery. Okay, I'm fully recovered. I now have to reseat myself. Okay, so with the Cancer-Capricorn dynamic going on right now, and the King of Wands energy here, like, is the surrounding energy, my feeling is that this is a really strong message for you to, like, place yourself at the center of your world. Even though we're talking about Queen of Water, feminine, female. Okay, I'm going to go really off on a deep tangent here. Give me a second, Queen of Water. You know how some women are really turned on by very feminine characteristics in a man? You know how some men are turned on by very masculine characteristics in a woman? It's just like, wow, I can relate to her. Wow, she understands me. And vice versa. Wow, she can relate to me. She understands me. Wow. And all of that kind of stuff. So when I see the King of Wands here, to me it's a really strong message. Okay? To me it's a really strong message that in order to, like, make the best of your world of relationships, love, romance, all that kind of stuff, is to allow yourself to express all the characteristics of strong Capricorn, leadership, masculine type of energy, even though Capricorn is technically what they call a feminine sign. But anyway, I don't know how else to explain it, but with the King of Wands here, to me it feels like it's a very, very deep, powerful, subtle message that the way you can really help yourself, if you really, really want to help yourself, is to continue to be your natural feminine self while allowing whatever kind of masculine dominant characteristics that you have, allow them to be expressed so that you can take full advantage of the situation. And sometimes it's very, very hard to do because we all carry masculine and feminine inside us despite our biological condition. I have feminine characteristics and masculine characteristics, and so do you. The King of Wands energy here tells me it feels like this is a really great time for you, dear Queen of Water, to tap into your, like, the side of yourself, like, how would I be, how would I behave if I gave myself permission to completely ignore the feminine aspect of my nature, and I just go off and do what guys do. I I'm tapping into stereotypes here, okay? But like, I'm just going to do whatever the fuck I want. I'm just going to allow myself to present myself to the world as dominant, as regal, as prestigious, prestige, and radiate that king energy. Yeah, you might be queen of water. So what is the reciprocal? Okay? King, queen. You obviously deserve king energy. But with the laws of attraction, I'm getting I'm going way out on the fringes here, okay, queen of water. Regarding the laws of attraction, there are some guys, some really, really strong, like, their relationship dynamics have real quirks to them. But there are some guys who really respond to certain women who have certain hyper masculine characteristics. Like, oh my God, it's like, I'm getting a little bit theatrical here, okay, Queen of Water, but it's almost like, to maximize your situation, it's almost like facing up to the masculine in your world. Let's assume you are female and you want a guy, or you like a guy, or there's this guy thing, girl thing going on in your world already, but you want to make the best of it. It's almost like the best of it. The way to make the best of it would be to put the guy on the spot. Like, hey, do you want to go out and do something really freaking crazy, man? Huh? Like, let's go on a hiking adventure or something. And the guy would be like, oh, okay, I love hiking. Well, let's do whatever it is. Yeah, let's do that. Whereas the feminine part might be like, oh gosh, I wish we could have a comfortable, cozy night together. Have a glass of wine and we cuddle up and you say I love you and I say I love you. And blah, blah, blah. No, do you see what I'm getting at here? Flip it around. Just completely flip it around. Okay, what's the situation itself? Oh, this is beautiful. With the Two of Wands here, my feeling is that you have to proceed very, very carefully on the understanding that you are planting seeds. In other words, if you really want what you deserve and you intend to get what you deserve and receive what you deserve, you have to understand the laws of attraction, that you are planting seeds. The Two of Wands is an indication that every option out there is available to you. The question is, where are you going to focus and direct your energy? Because energy flows where attention goes. So let's say you decide, instead of presenting to myself as to the world as so-and-so Queen of Water, and I may be very, very super feminine and beautiful and all the other women understand me, what would my masculine self look like? Would I throw all that stuff aside? Would I give up on hair, makeup, and wardrobe? Would I just put my hair back, put on a baseball hat, put on some sneakers, and a t-shirt and a hoodie and sweats and whatever, and I'm going to go biking or hiking or do something like super athletic or masculine, and then you just happen to bump into some male character who is naturally very comfortable in their very masculine world, and then there's you show up like hyper feminine but in a masculine world. Like, I see these two cards connected here. Like, the situation is about the power of now, coming up to this full moon. You have a chance to recalibrate yourself, and then there's the Aquarius new moon, and then we come into the Mercury direct again later on in February, late February. It's a chance for you to recalibrate in such a way that, wow, I can plant completely new and different seeds that I ever did before in such a way that it actually works for me. Like, you know how like some women dress to impress, and sometimes they're just trying to impress other women? Do you think guys give a S-H-I-T about that? Absolutely not. You know, if you're trying to dress to impress yourself, fine, okay. Or whatever it is, or how you're trying to conduct your life or carry your life in such a way that you feel good about you, that's fine. But in relationship dynamics, there has to be some kind of ebb and flow. There has to be some kind of parity. Like, oh, let's say, going back to the beginning of the reading, you, Queen of Water, deserve a King of Wands. And how do you make that happen? Well, you can just literally just kind of show up. It's almost just like I was trying to do that analogy earlier. Just like, oh, I just showed up here. I mean, there are guys who are, I'm kind of, stretching it a little bit. But when I lived in LA, I was surrounded by amateur, unemployed supermodels, girls, and guys. Endless streams of fitness guys, body buff guys, going to the gym. And all the guys are looking at the girls, and all the girls are looking at the guys, and they're all pretending that they don't see each other. Like, oh, you mean nothing to me. And the girls go in, they do all their fitness stuff, and 75% of the women are more fit than the men. It's so funny to see it. And the women they're going around in their leggings and their sweats and their hottie pants and everything, and their super healthy diets, and they're super conscientious. And then there's the women who go into the boxing and the fitness and the weights sections, and the guys are like, and the girls are like, it's a little bit intimidating. So I'm not saying go that far. All I'm suggesting is that there's a middle ground where male and female can kind of, scope each other out, check each other out in the battlefields of life. In Los Angeles, that's the yoga centers and the fitness centers and the spas and all of that stuff. I don't know if you have that in Melbourne, but I'm sure you do, okay? I'm just seeing your notes there. Spirit wants me to lead. Of course, as a Cancerian female, you are hyper-feminine already, and then having to go off and exert that hyper-masculine energy, that's so contrary. Anyway, let's get on with the reading. Sorry, here we go. I got distracted. What's the problem here? Let's have a look. Whoa. Fuck. Oh, jeez. Okay, it feels to me like the problem, it says here, my job requires me to be like that. Okay. The Spirit wants me to lead, like being a very strong woman in a very masculine world. And you said here, I boss grown men around. Oh my God! Okay, so with the King of Swords here, you might encounter situations where there are certain grown men who find that extremely unacceptable. To the point where it's almost like, who the fuck do you think you are? Itch. What do you think you're doing trying to boss me around? Itch. Yeah, yeah, you want to go at it? You seriously want to go at it? There are certain percentages of men who cannot handle a powerful, strong, beautiful, loving, caring woman. They feel terrified. They're threatened. So they can feel threatened to the point where they have to exert the ultimate masculine energy if I'm right and I know it, and I don't even have to prove it. So if you're frightened of that, if you've ever encountered that before in your life, especially if you have very strong female energy, and you've encountered that, let's just say, Queen of Water, you're naturally very strong, so naturally you're in an environment where you're surrounded by perhaps strong males here and there, and there are certain males who would be very turned on by that, but there are certain males who would be extremely repulsed by that energy. And that is a deep, sincere fear. Again, fear, false evidence appearing real. It doesn't mean that every guy or male person that you encounter is going to become hostile and I'm right because I'm right and I know I'm right. And like, who the bleep do you think you are? I am superior to you. You are the woman, I am the man kind of energy. It's an understandable fear. Women have been living with tens or 20,000, 30, 50,000 years of oppression for a long time. And it's really, only in very short little periods of history, but especially in the 21st century, where women are starting to feel like, you know what? We have a right to be female. We have a right to our power. We have a right to be women and are in our strength, in our power. And if you guys can't handle that, if you frickin' guys can't handle that, it's your frickin' problem. Right? And again, a lot of guys can't handle that. So you end up with a very narrow population of men who can handle that. Okay? How are we going to go forward from here? Oh, yeah. Woo-hoo! Okay. So, going forward, the way to handle your situation is to understand the situation in the first place. You really have to have a very clear, firm understanding of who you really are in the context of love and relationship, and in return, who other parties are and who they may be in the context of love and relationship. Okay? So, over here, Queen of Water, you've already told us you're a Cancer sun. So the Cancer moon here is amplifying that even more. So we're talking about extreme hyper opposition dynamics in your life, in your world, at this very tiny moment in time. Remember, this is just a very fleeting period of a day or two. But things come into sharp focus at that time. And it says here on the screen, I boss grown men around. It's my job in construction. They get them. I'm not. They all love me. Yeah, okay. So, going forward, the way to keep going forward in a way that love and romance works for you is to keep going, but take it even further. It's almost like, with the Knight of Swords here, it's like whatever you've got going for you already in the world of love and romance and all of that stuff, okay? Let's even take it into the work situation, because a lot of people, they spend huge amounts of their conscious waking adult life in the workplace. And so that can be a place where love and romance happens. Also, some people don't like the prospect of having love and relationship in the context of work, so they deliberately look outside. However, with your reading here and with the notes that you've shown on the screen here, it feels here with the Knight of Swords, in order to enjoy love, there's no cups cards here or anything like that, but in order to enjoy love or appreciate love, it's almost like it could be to your advantage to take things to the next level, where it's almost like you advance yourself even further into being this woman that they all love, because you're the girl in the construction place surrounded by classic men with tool belts, men in construction. These kind of guys, they if you can be a boss lady in the world of construction, you must have some serious BALLS. Okay? So I'm thinking here with the Knight of Swords, to actually, let's say, cash in or to harvest the seeds that are already planted, that already exist. It would be to continue to be who you are, speak the truth, call out the truth, to the point it's almost like, I mean, this is I feel like I'm writing a movie script right now, honestly. I've written quite a few movie scripts, but this is feeling very cinematic to me. Going forward, in this part of the reading, what I'm sensing with the Knight of Swords is that you take things to the next level. You're admitting here on screen, they love you. They freaking love you. Because you're the girl out there calling it out, telling the men what to do and how to do it. That is so cool. My feeling is, what I'm sensing here is that I'm not saying you have to have a workplace romance or anything. On the other hand, it's a very, very common breeding ground for love and romance. Shared experiences, shared time, and so on and so on. A lot of relationship dynamics and opportunities occur in the workplace. Sometimes it's frowned upon, sometimes not. But either way, with the Knight of Swords energy here, my feeling is the way to go forward is to continue to be the Knight of Swords in yourself. In other words, the person who calls out the truth, sets the terms. Swords is very much about communications and truth and justice and law. Continue to be that way even more, and to the point where it gets to a breaking point where there's somebody in your immediate environment, whether it's the workplace or not, but in your environment where they crack. Okay? And the movie script goes on. They crack, and they kind of do this. They kind of I can't help it, Queen of Water. I'm insanely, deeply attracted to you. I'm embarrassed, I'm ashamed. I am hyper-masculine. And I can't believe I'm even doing this at all. But you freaking turn me on so much. Because you're so boss. You're such a boss lady. Okay, I've said what I have to say. I gotta go back now. Bye. Okay? Okay, I was doing a little bit of acting there, but do you see the kind of theme that I was trying to get at? Men will be humbled to their knees by a woman in power, by a woman of power. And that's the sort of man who has no problem of accepting and understanding girl power in its fullest form. And that's kind of what you need, really. There's no point in going after some kind of wimp who's just going to be like a doormat for you or anything like that. Okay? You need an equal. Okay? Go, Queen of Water. Sarah Al-Shaikhi. Oh my God. Sarah, if you want a reading, you're too late. I'm sorry. Oh God. Okay, Queen of Water. If workplace romance is unacceptable, then you can translate the whole story outside of the workplace, because you can still carry that demeanor outside of the workplace. And people can still sense it. And if or when it is appropriate, you do not have to squash it in order to comply with the workplace. All right? Anyway, I hope that reading helped you. Thank you very much, Queen of Water. It was a pleasure to read for you. Next up, Precious Moments. Sarah, where are you? Sarah, good evening. Thank you so much for being here. I know you're very, very far away, and it's a very different time zone. But I'm not going to be doing any more readings after Precious Moments, okay? That's all I can handle tonight. But I will be here next week. And if you want a little mini micro reading live, I will do that for you as well. Just put a donation in the box. Some kind of mini donation. I know that's very hard for you. I can't remember how we did it last time. But anyway, I would love to help out as much as I could, okay? Dear Sarah Elsheike, okay? All right, Precious, you're up. Thank you for... Are you still here, Precious? Uh-oh, Bubba's here. He wants dinner. He wants food. Uh-oh. I'm glad you're having fun, Queen of Water. I can see your chuckles and laughs and tears of laughter on the screen. Okay, Precious. What's going on up there? Are you still in Canada? Is it still negative 50? Are you still living with frozen pipes, frozen water? Oh, man. Sarah, dear Sarah, please write to me here. A little book about at yahoo.com, okay? Please connect with me directly, okay? We'll go from there. I know it's very difficult for you to do the live readings here from your country and all of that stuff. I know. Dear Precious, it's your turn. I hope you're still here. I know I've been taking a long time with my readings. It just seems to be the nature of things. Oh, I see your name on the screen. It looks like you're right there. So Precious, our last reading we did, I think, was last week, and you had frozen pipes. It was Arctic cold, and you're back in Canada. That's all I can remember. I know, Sarah. I see that you're an old... I know you are. But yeah, please, okay? Get in touch with me, okay? All right? Hi, Precious. I'm just checking for cats. All right, Precious. Someone donated for you last time. Okay. That does happen. There are a lot of very loving, kind, generous people who come to this channel. Okay, I will say it officially. Hi, Sarah. Hello, Sarah. Write to me. Go to that email address, okay? All right, Precious, what do we got here? What kind of messages do we have here for Precious tonight? Actually, the cards are very well shuffled. Let's go for it. I'm in Canada dealing with broken pipes plus 4 and melting. Oh, man. Okay. Oh. You need to move soon, though. Are you talking about moving back to the United States? I think it's Maine, isn't it? Uh-oh, I just got to say... Give me a second. I need to say hello to Boo Boo. Stay right there. Do not go away. I'm just going to play a tiny, tiny little piece of music. Just give me a second, Precious, okay? Okay, give me a second. Oh. Okay. Precious, stay right there. I've got to do some cat stuff. Okay. Thank you so much for your patience, Precious. Okay. Just waiting for the work visa. Oh man, that's so cool. Is there a time frame? Have they given you a time frame? You're talking about work visa for the United States, right? Excuse me. I've run out of red wine, damn it. Okay. All right. What kind of messages do we have here tonight for precious moments? Okay. Yeah, you were down like way below freezing, and now you're at +4 and everything's melting. That causes havoc on the pipes. I know that. You need to move soon. So, you've been working at this for a long time. As far as I remember, You're over here in Alberta, I think, if I remember, but way up here off the map. You're somewhere like right, almost up here by the oil fields. Okay, I think the oil fields, and I think you have, if I recall, you have your love interest over here in Maine. So that's still in the deep north. Okay, and it sounds like you've been going back and forth a few times. And now you're waiting for the work visa. Seriously, I want and hope so much for you that you get that visa. Okay? Yeah. I don't know about work visas in America because I'm an American citizen, so I never had to deal with that. On the other hand, I've had a lot of issues with employment in the American economy. So I do understand that. Mona Berkness. Yo! Mona. Okay, everybody. Some of you know Mona. Mona is over here up in Norway. Okay. Precious Moments is over here, right? There's something going on over here in Maine. Sarah is over here, I believe, in Benghazi, Libya. Is that correct? I can't remember. Over here. Mona is up here in Norway, if I got that right. Gregory's over here. Necessary's over here. Path is over here. Terra Lumination is over here. Queen of Water is over here. Karen Clark is over there in New Zealand. I don't know who else I missed, but I freaking love you guys. I love that we can do this at all. We're all across the whole freaking planet. Ah! All right, precious. Wow, Sarah, just give me a second. Sarah, yes, you're right. Okay, you're right. There's Uranus. This is January. So by the middle and end of January, Uranus in Taurus will be moving direct, okay? It's been moving against Scorpios, especially your degree. Oh man, that's tough. You're going to be okay, all right, Sarah? You've probably learned a lot and felt a lot, and that needed to happen, okay? Earlier in the show, since you just showed up, I was trying to show everybody we're still dealing with Venus retrograde in Capricorn. Uranus is flipping direct in the next few days. Mercury is retrograde, and then it's going to turn direct again. But look what, Sarah, look what happens in February. Whoosh. Apart from a couple of days, everything is direct. Then look at March. Everything direct. Then look at April. Everything direct. And then May comes. Pluto goes retrograde. That's very serious. Okay? So like Path Traveler was saying, okay, over the next, dear Sarah, over the next 3 months, make the most of it. and then prepare for a serious backlash, kickback, downtrend in May. Okay? May. Dear Precious, let's go for it. Come on, let's do this. Hello, Mona, over there in Norway. Greetings. Nice to have you visiting. Thank you so much. All right, what messages do we have here for precious moments? There's a lot going on. We got the retrogrades. Sometimes retrogrades can be miraculous. That's where things can show up that you might have been waiting for a long time. All right, cards are shuffled. Let's go for it. Here we go. I'm doing a really extreme cut, okay, Precious? I want to be very clean and clear. Here's the situation. Here's how we're going to handle it. Sorry. Here's the situation, and here's the challenges, and here's how we're going to handle it. And let's have a look at the external influences. Yes, again, I'm just using my same old situational spread that I do for almost everything. King of Wands. Oh my God, we just had that. Dear Precious, this is going to sound very strange, but my feeling is that you cannot afford to count on anyone else for anything. Everything is on you. With the King of Wands energy, it's like, it would be so nice. Look at it this way. It would be so nice if someone else would be the champion for you so that you could have a chance at a better life, and so on and so on. But what I'm sensing here with the King of Wands for you in this particular reading is that you have to be your own champion. No apologies. Zero apologies. It's about standing your ground. This is the perfect moment to basically stand your ground, claim your rights, declare your freedom, declare your intentions, make it very clear that you have every intention to live the best life possible that you can for yourself in respect and honor and consideration of, like, what I would call divine rights. Things like dignity, self-respect, the United States Constitution, things like that. Okay, I'm going very far off on a tangent here. Give me a second. This is going to sound very strange for a tarot reading for you at this point, but see this little tiny book? The Constitution. The Declaration of Independence. These are two very, very powerful historic documents that were created around 1776 and 1778. They were created by what we call the Founding Fathers here in America. And it's basically a bunch of white guys who landed in America and set up a whole new world in what we called America. Okay, over here. The Founding Fathers came from here and they set up a new life over here. And once they set it up, it started to grow and grow and grow and turn into something that we call America and the United States today. But to have the United States today that we have, the folks here, in other words, these people decided to make it very clear and very evident and highly conscious that They are no longer willing to live in a state of tyranny and oppression from the British monarchy. In other words, we are going to be our own sovereign selves, and you can go and uck yourself. Okay? We no longer respond to your tyranny. We, the people, are our own people. We, the people, are the cure for you. We are not your serfs. We are not your servants. We are not here to serve you. We are creating a complete new world. And that is this world enshrined in something called the Constitution and later on the Declaration of Independence. Okay? And it's all here. And this is what happens in America. And my feeling for you, precious, is that there's something about you that is attracted to this about America. And it might be that the things that are happening for you over here in Maine have a kind of a parallel story, like, okay, I'm sick of this life over here. Because as wonderful as Canada is and Canadians are, it's actually politically and sociologically a very different culture to the United States. We are deep, close neighbors, but your culture is very different to ours. And my feeling is that you are attracted to what we have, and that is embodied and symbolized by a relationship that you have with someone over here in Maine, in America, which is still a very cold Canadian type of environment. But here in the United States, we have this. Here in Canada, you do not have this. You have something good, but it's not this, okay? My feeling is that it's time for you to get very clear with yourself about who you are, what you want, and why you're doing it. It's almost like, to me it feels like you are attracted to America because as good as things are that they might be in Canada, you know there is something better for you. Okay, it might be difficult. I don't know what the future is going to be. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm just doing tarot, okay? But let's say your condition is contingent upon getting the work visa. Let's just say, being optimistic, you get your work visa. To me, that feels like that would be like an affirmation that you are becoming more and more in alignment with your natural self. Okay? All right, let's have a look. What's the situation? Okay. With the Two of Wands here, we're definitely looking at planning in the new future, and it's still very, very early in the planning stages. But again, the planning stages are just like, planting seeds. You have to understand, when you plant a seed, it will turn into something, or it might die. But with the Two of Wands, you still have a lot of options ahead of you. For example, it might be worth considering, like, oh, gosh, what happens if my visa for work is not granted? What am I going to do? You have to plan for that. What are you going to do if your visa is not granted? Okay? Scenario. Okay, and the next thing, well, what are you going to do if your visa for work is granted? That's a very different scenario. What's that going to look like? You have to take account of both scenarios. You can't just pretend or imagine that it's just going to be automatically granted. But either way, with the Two of Wands here, you're looking at a whole new world, new starts and new beginnings. Who knows? Maybe it'll happen quickly. I don't know how fast these things go, but we're going through this 3-week period, okay, for Mercury retrograde. That could be very much to do with the process of examination of your visa. And perhaps, let's be very optimistic, you come out in February, the middle of February, and you realize, oh my God, I got my visa. Oh my God, now I have to make plans, okay? Because you're charting out a whole your life. You're charting out a whole new world, creating a whole new map, moving to a whole new destination. What's the problem here? To me, it feels like deep down you're very, very scared that no one's going to come and save you. Even though you're a very loving person and you come with the best of intentions, there's nothing you can do to force the situation to work for you in a way that is good for you, or a way that you would wish to be good for you, because it would be good for you and the family and everything. Like, oh wow, a whole new life, get the work visa, yeah, awesome. With the King of Wands here, my feeling is that no matter what your situation is like in the United States, with love and opportunities and situations and all of that, if you are really deeply concerned that there's no one, or not even your loved one or the government or the visa department, who can stand up for you or represent you, that's a good place to be. That is a very legitimate fear. And going forward, once you understand that there's nobody's going to save you, there's no one who's going to come in and fix this for you, so that you already know it in advance that you're going to get your visa and be granted, and then your life is going to change and everything's going to be wonderful. No, none of that. The way things happen are through you having to stay in a very, very concentrated, private energy of authority, sovereignty of self, completely and utterly believing yourself that you will have the outcome that you want. You will get the results that you need, because you are who you are and you deserve it. It's not a question of, no one's going to put in a fix for you. No one's going to arrange things for you. It's purely merit. In other words, if you get your work visa, it's because you deserve it, because you're precious moments, okay? It would be so wonderful if someone could just step in and make it all happen for you, wondering if it's even going to happen or not. But it's almost like the worst thing you could do is imagine or hope that someone is going to come and save you and make it happen so that you don't have to worry anymore. No, it's all on you. It's completely, utterly on you. Let's have a look. How do we deal with this going forward? Because it's tough. So with the Temperance card here, my feeling is that you're going to have to do two things simultaneously. You're going to have to be extremely kind and merciful and loving and caring towards yourself. In other words, heal thyself. Be as kind and compassionate and loving and caring as you can be towards yourself, as part of the process of living and being your most dignified, awesome self. Because to me, the way I look at it with this reading is that you cannot radiate this energy. There's no way that you can enjoy the opportunity or access the opportunity or win or be granted the opportunity without, being very kind to yourself first. And that form of love and kindness does not mean like, I deserve this. I am so freaking awesome. They have to give it to me. It's a different story. It's more like, I am deeply loving. I am deeply caring. I am healing. I am healed. Somebody somewhere is going to recognize that in me, and I will be granted anyway. So, this is actually a really hard reading for me to communicate in the way that I'm sensing it here. I don't know how to put it in words. Give me a moment. It's like, it's almost like you have to bless yourself. Like, oh God, how can I do this? Like, this is not the Four of Swords cards, but what I'm sensing here for you, precious, it's just like, when you go to sleep at night, when you go to bed at night, it's almost like, I don't know how you sleep, but sometimes I like to take a few moments where I lay on my back and I cross my arms across my chest like this, across my heart, and I just sit there and lay like that for a while, and I give up the battle of life. I just completely give up the fights. I basically say, well, there's no point in me trying to impress anybody anymore. I can't do any more homework on my finances. I've done everything I can with my physical body for the day. I did this work, I did that work, that chore, that activity. I was very honorable and respectful with friends and family, children, neighbors, whatever it is. But I'm done. I've done everything I can. So all I can do now is heal myself. And the way to do that is to completely and utterly surrender. And then allow the healing power of love to come into you, so that you don't have to be 100% the whole boss of your world and your universe, as if you had to make things happen. Instead, it's like you open yourself to heaven, you open yourself to the universe and the healing power of love, and you allow it to enter your body from up above, and then it does what it does. And you understand that there's something bigger and more than you. Bubba's here. He's a very lovely, loving character. Let me show you. Here's Bubba. I don't know, you can't see him. He's fading out on the screen. He got very, very shy. As much as he loves to be close, he's also in some ways very, very shy. You can't see him right now. Maybe I'll do some live videos all about Bubba. We'll see. But anyway, let me get back to your reading. Oh. So the way forward is to understand that, to me it feels like you're already deeply in the zone. Okay, you're really deep in the zone of who you are, who you have to be, how and why, and so on. Your kids understand you. Your life in America is there. You've got a life in Canada. You're dealing with all of it in a very magnanimous, generous, very, very capable way. But going forward, in order for the best possible outcomes, it's so, so important that you come back to the center of self, where you realize, like I was talking about my life earlier, like my life is kind of like a sand painting. It's just like, there it is. One day it's this, the next day it's that. I do all this, and then it's all gone. I do all that, and it's all gone. I don't sense the same for you, but with the temperance energy, it makes me feel like at the end of the day, instead of what some people do, which is like, I'm going to make a list, I'm going to do that, and that tomorrow, and then that, and that, and that the day after, and everything's going to be great. And instead, just do the opposite. It's just like, I give up. I completely, utterly surrender. I've done everything I can do for today. I have been everything I can be for today. I have been loving. I have been loved. It may not be obvious, but I know it's true. I know I have to love myself first. I know it doesn't make sense a lot of the time, but TL keeps telling me love thyself, and it's the hardest thing to do, so I'm just going to try and do it anyway. Amen. Thank you very, very much. And then I'm going to trust the process. Thank you very much. I ask for the healing power of love to fill my body, my mind, my heart, and soul from up above. I am guided, I am protected. So it is spoken, so it is done. And it's amazing what that does to your body. You deal with the frozen pipes and the melting. Yeah. You deal with the visas. You deal with the travel. You deal with the logistics. You deal with all of it. Because you're coming from here. Okay? I hope the reading makes sense to you. Okay, I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to wrap it up now. Thank you, precious. It was a real honor to read for you. That was actually, to be honest, it was a very difficult reading for me. I've done the best that I can with it. But I'm kind of hoping that deep down you understand me without having to explain things any further, because I don't know how to do a better reading than I just did. You're extremely brave to come and get here readings at all in the first place. To get a live reading in front of other people like this, you have to have a lot of courage. And what tends to happen sometimes is that the reading that this person gets has relevance for other viewers. So like there might be only 6 people on the show right now, but by tomorrow night I can see on the channel that maybe 120 people watched it, you know? And they get something out of it. I really wish I could do more. Like in myself, precious, I really wish I had like a work visa that would approve me to actually have a successful channel. And that has not been granted. In fact, it's just the opposite. But I keep going anyway. Because I'm loving and I'm loved. And I know that. It's just a fact. That's it, folks. We're going to wrap it up. I'm going to have a very abrupt ending here for tonight. I'm just going to clear the deck for the next reading. Because sometimes I get, I get private readings during the week and so on. Sarah, get in touch with me, okay? All right, everybody. It's been a pleasure. I'm going to check out. We've got a lot to do. Be loving. Be loved, okay? Be loving. Be loved. Remember, when you are loving, you are loved. It's kind of like simple stuff. Easy for me to say. A little harder to do. But anyway, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your kindness and your donations and everything. It really, really helps me in my life. I cannot describe how much it helps me. But it does. Okay? Alright. I'm going to wrap it up. Take care. Enjoy the full moon. I'll see you next week, God willing. And you might want to check out the early parts of the video in case you missed it. Because I was ranting on about global finance and stuff. And the retrogrades turning all direct. So on and so on. Alright? So take care, everybody. I'm going to see if I can play my way out of here gracefully. Okay? Here we go.